Minister. Audio check. Luis Almagro Lemis, Luis. Minister is here. Okay. Okay.
In a few minutes.
Yeah, man. Yes. Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, Jamaica, and co-chair and founder of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Ministers of Government, the Most Honorable Professor Sir Kenneth Hall, former Governor General of Jamaica, His Excellency Luis Almagro Lemis, Secretary General, Organization of American States, visiting Ministers of Tourism and their delegation, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Jacobo Florido, Deputy Mayor, City of Malaga, Permanent Secretaries, Professor Lloyd Waller, Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Mr. Tariq Ali, General Manager for the Caribbean Region, Inter-American Development Bank, heads of public bodies, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, international partners and sponsors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to you all, and welcome to Day 3 of the Global Resilience Tourism Conference. A special welcome once again to all our visiting delegates and attendees to our beautiful island home, Jamaica. And we hope you have been experiencing the wonderful culture, the food, the music. Have you been? Yes? Wonderful. So thank you for taking the time out to come see our beautiful home. The past 2 days have been very enlightening as we navigate the tourism industry, which, as an open system, is susceptible to many global forces, most of which are outside of the control of government and tourism operators. In the past, these forces have proven to be quite detrimental to the economies of small island developing states, such as the Caribbean islands, that are highly dependent on tourism. What will make the difference is how we react to these forces when they present themselves. And as such, we have to adopt a new thinking and new behaviors. Hence, the important topic of tourism resilience has to be forefront in everything we do. Tourism resilience is the ability to anticipate, prepare for, manage, and respond to disruptions that can negatively impact the travel space. It was the brainchild of our tourism minister, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, whose advocacy resulted in today, February 17, being designated as World Tourism Resilience Day by the United Nations. Minister, thank you. This is a significant achievement worldwide, as from today, we will have a day primarily focused on tourism resiliency and how we navigate the tourism space, so we can be better prepared, recover quickly, and take advantage of all opportunities that will arise from every crisis. As George S. Clason said, and I quote, "Opportunity is a haughty goddess who wastes no time with those who are unprepared," end quote. The last 2 days expose us to why we need to be prepared. From previous discussions with the industry's thought leaders, we have discussed practical ways for us to be prepared for external shocks. Today we continue on a similar path with more informative panel discussions so we can act and be ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we move into today's activities, and just to do a little housekeeping, our ministerial panel will run from 9 to 10:30 and not at 10:45, 9 to 10:30, and the Leaders in Resilience panel discussion will go from 2:30 to 3. Thank you. We now move into the welcome remarks, and I invite Professor Lloyd Waller, our Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, to bring greetings. Before I do that, it's remiss of me. Let me introduce special welcome to tourism, to one of our tourism icons, one of the tourism operators of the region, Mr. Adam Stewart. Special welcome to you, sir. Thank you for taking your time out to join us today. Thank you. I now invite Professor Waller. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Global Tourism Resilience Day. You know, I have never been in a position before where I was a part of history. When I say history, I mean the creation of something so spectacular, phenomenal, relevant, and global. Today marks a moment in human history that you're a part of that will forever remember the importance of tourism resilience to the global economy. And the GTRCMC and our partners, ITIC, the Jacobs Group, the Resilience Council, and several other organizations that have been a part of this historic moment have all worked hard. And I don't want to take away Minister's thunder. Minister will talk about the journey from there to here. It started in Dubai. It was an ambitious quest. On some occasions, we were wondering whether or not we were actually going to pull it off, but determination, passion, drive, and resilience contributed significantly to our ability to be able to create a space in a global marketplace for our recognition and an understanding and a remembrance of what we went through in the tourism space, A, and B, what we had to do and what we can do to protect the tourism market going forward. The GTRCMC is now in the process of identifying and formulating several other activities which will also contribute significantly to the global tourism space, specifically as it relates to tourism resilience and global sustainability. And we are very pleased to announce today that, and treating it, Minister, as a launch, so it's a soft launch, so to speak. Neil is here, so I'm just going to take the opportunity to also thank Neil to announce that the GTRCMC has partnered with Airbnb to undertake a regional project to look at the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of micro-enterprise tourism entrepreneurs across the Caribbean as it relates to their understanding and practices surrounding climate action and climate change, with a view to create some awareness projects and programs to build their capacity to be able to mitigate any challenges that they may face or any challenges that they may cause in their operations. And I'm particularly pleased with this partnership. The partnership also extends to the Caribbean Tourism Organization, which will act in the capacity as the monitoring and evaluation team to monitor and evaluate the project. Now, the good thing about this project is that the project is essentially starting in the Caribbean, but the intention is to globalize the project. This is just the pilot. We expect that in the next 2 years, we will implement this project across the world to try to see how best we can infuse some sense of understanding and awareness of the importance of climate change and climate action, particularly with the micro, small, and medium-sized spaces around the world, because we do understand and appreciate that the larger hotels, whereas the larger hotels have international standards that they have to follow, and they're monitored very closely by international organizations and businesses with regard to their carbon footprint. The smaller ones don't have that pressure, but they contribute significantly to the tourism space and to the environment. So we have to ensure that we work with them to build their capacity and raise their resilience, their level of resilience. So we're happy to embark on this project, and we're pleased to work with Airbnb in this instance. It was a substantive fund grant that they provided to us, and they're willing to work with us for the next 2 to 3 years in terms of extending this project and the reach of this project. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. Happy Global Tourism Resilience Day again, and remember when you leave here that you are a part of this historical moment. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moving right along, we're going to be asking Mr. Tariq Ali, the General Manager for the Caribbean Region Inter-American Development Bank and one of the sponsors, to bring remarks. Mr. Ali.
You know, I look at the room and I see a fairly full audience, and that tells me that there's a lot of keen interest around the topic on the conference. And on a day 3 where many conferences are notorious for having vacated spaces, you know, that tells me that the content that has been devised and constructed, and congratulations, Minister, on putting together such an important and thought-provoking sort of conference. So, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, Jamaica, and founder and co-chair, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Honorable Penina Malonza, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Kenya. Professor Lloyd Waller, Executive Director, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Other ministers of government, stakeholders, media, ladies and gentlemen, happy Global Tourism Resilience Day. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am pleased to be participating on behalf of the IDB for this special event. I want to thank Minister Bartlett for inviting the IDB to support the Ministry of Tourism on this special day. It is a great opportunity to discuss this pressing issue of building resilience of tourism, not only in the Caribbean, but on a global level. The recent designation of today being recognized as Global Tourism Resilience Day will no doubt increase awareness for the need for strengthening the sector to decrease the impact of external shocks. Therefore, I would like to take this moment to again congratulate Minister Bartlett and Jamaica's government for their work on this initiative, for being a voice that promotes the safeguarding of the tourism sector and from promoting Jamaica as a leader in the development of this sector in the region. The region is recovering from a tourism fallout. The targeted effort from Jamaica and other Caribbean countries has allowed the region to experience recovery from the tourism fallout caused by the pandemic and COVID-19. As we all know, because of the pandemic, 2020 represented one of the largest economic shocks suffered by us as a region. With this considered, I'm happy to note that here in Jamaica, Stating reported that for the growth of 5.9% in hotels and restaurants category in the third quarter of 2022 calendar fueled the country's gradual recovery from the economic decline experienced during the pandemic. The World Tourism and Travel Council has also said that according to their estimates, travel and tourism GDP in the Caribbean is forecasted to increase at an average rate of 5.5%, but there is potential for this to be significantly higher. And the UNWTO World Tourism Barometer released last month said that in 2022, the Western Europe and Caribbean subregions came closest to seeing their pre-pandemic levels of activity. We are recovering, but we need to be cautious while still being optimistic. These indicators are quite positive and inspire and hope that this year tourism in the region will return to pre-pandemic levels or exceed if possible. Tourism was a critical economy booster in the region before COVID-19, and that hasn't changed. While we would like to see more economies diversifying, a high-performing tourism sector is needed to see further economic growth and recovery. Therefore, we must be cautious while optimistic. There are still several threats that can destabilize the aforementioned achievements: potential pandemics, global health challenges, fuel prices, political conflicts, scarcity, increased costs of commodities and food, environmental unsustainability, climate change are just some of the challenges that we face in the region. These threats and how we respond are crucial to the sector's performance. Thankfully, the Caribbean governments and private sector have been transforming some of these challenges into opportunities. They have developed and executed solutions to strengthen tourism and to boost linkages with other sectors. One of these solutions is taking intentional measures to build a resilient tourism sector, a tourism sector that can withstand external shocks and climate crises. It's sustainable and creates strong economic impact in sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and others. A resilient tourism industry understands and is prepared for disaster and climate risk, prioritizes initiatives that improve resilience, and the recovery plans ready to address challenges that are ahead. Jamaica has already started this journey and is building tourism resilience through several initiatives, including the establishment of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, a resilience building framework, including focus on key areas like diversifying the tourism product. Other Caribbean countries are also working on their own projects to increase sustainability and resilience so that tourism can benefit for all individuals in all of our countries. There are barriers, but the IDB is ready to collaborate to remove them. This is certainly the right direction. These activities are critical to continue to see the recovery and growth we have seen in the last year. There are barriers that have somewhat slowed activities that move towards the region becoming more resilient. In dialogue with our partners in the public and private sectors, we have identified some of these challenges. These include difficulties in enacting policy, the need for improved infrastructure prepared to deal with climate change, increased disasters, and decreased availability of financial resources, and cross-cutting issues such as gender inequality. To address these barriers, the IDB is providing technical assistance, loan programs, and targeted projects. We are building the sector's resilience in Jamaica and the Caribbean by, 1, collaborating with partners in intervention that strengthens the public sector's ability in building resilience. 2, executing initiatives that address environmental issues, including coastal zone management, legislation and investments, climate change mitigation and adaptation, protecting biodiversity and natural capital preservation and enhancement, fostering evidence-based policy and tourism intelligence systems, developing human capital strengthening programs, and supporting tourism demand diversification, among other initiatives. By collaborating to develop innovative solutions and working on resolving long-standing challenges, I believe Jamaica and the region will continue its upward trajectory. In conclusion, I would say that tourism is a part of the region's history and has impacted the very fabric of our lives. While we pursue diversity in the Caribbean economies and in tourism itself, it is still important to find ways to strengthen the sector that has been creating jobs, boosting our economies, and creating wealth for our people for decades. The IDB is committed to this partnership with Jamaica, and we look forward to seeing more growth in this great industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Thanks for your support of the tourism industry and the support to the region, Jamaica and the region, that the IDB has given over the last few years. So thank you very much. We now move into remarks being brought by the Honorable Penina Malonzo, Cabinet Secretary, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Kenya. Minister?
Thank you very much. Allow me from the onset to recognize that today is a very special day as we gather in here today. I've been in this country for the last 2 days. I've never seen such a bright sunshine. And I must say that it's such a bright day for us today. Allow me to recognize Honorable Emal Bartlett, co-chair, founder of Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center and Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. Also allow me to recognize Lohil Wella, Executive Director, GTRCMC, my fellow ministers from different countries, chancellors from different universities, my very distinguished tourism resilient army, and frontliners who are gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the organizers of this special event held to commemorate tourism resilience across the world. The Global Tourism Resilience Day is indeed an important milestone in the development of tourism industry in the world. We note that the tourism industry is affected by various challenges, hence the need to ensure that resilience within the sector is understood and incorporated in our daily activities as industry practitioners. Travel and tourism is one of the largest economic activities globally. In Kenya, the industry is one of the key sectors of our economy, contributing immensely to revenue generation and employment with business linkages to other sectors of the Kenyan economy. In this regard, I want to affirm that such industries should be jealously protected and guarded. I'm therefore proud to be associated with this conference, and I thank the organizers for seeing it fit to plan and invite all the participants to engage and share ideas on how well we can achieve resilience within our sectors. Distinguished guests, over the last 3 days, we've deliberated on various issues, ranging from investment opportunities in the Caribbean tourism and in other tourism destinations. We have also sought to find mechanisms of creating a landscape that will enable us build tourism resilience for today and tomorrow. There are lots of tourism investment opportunities. whether it is in infrastructure or be it in private sector projects. These investments can only be sustained through enhancing resilience practices in various destinations where we come from. One of the ways to enhance tourism resilience in destinations is through raising capital that will enable us withstand the shocks and disruptions that come our way when we do not expect. The other most important way to enhance resilience is through investment in human capital, which is key to sustain the development of the tourism industry. A human resource with capability to timely detect, adapt to, and avert crises is key in enhancing resilience in tourism destinations. Building capacity to tourism destination and also tourism resilience should therefore be a continuous process. Distinguished guests, connectivity is a key aspect for the development of any tourism destination. Being able to reach destinations through sharing factual and timely information, as well as considering accessibility by persons of all categories, including the elderly and those able differently, is crucial in making destinations resilient. The diversity in the visitor market segments should be embraced as we seek to make our distinctions and destinations resilient. Learning is a long life engagement. In this regard, there is need to gain knowledge and expertise on how to prepare for future disruptions in the tourism space. One of the best ways to undertake this is to take advantage of the enormous data that we have to simulate scenarios through data analytics. The role of the universities, such as University of West Indies, Kenyatta University, and University of Bournemouth, among others, in supporting resilience in tourism cannot be overemphasized. It is therefore my hope that tourism stakeholders will support the academia in ensuring that data on tourism trends is shared to enable quick and reliable decision-making in merging destination and thus contributing to effective resilience based on the first insights for future progress. Ladies and gentlemen, research on various resilient aspects such as crisis communication for tourism resilience, tourism climate, induction associated with rising water levels, tourism investments, health, pandemics, role of security forces in tourism resilience, terrorism and insecurity, monitoring and evaluation, as well as tourism entrepreneurial resilience are some of the themes that we have deliberated upon over the last 3 days. It is my sincere hope that through these deliberations, we will be able to achieve best practices moving forward. My distinguished guests, as we gather here today, I would like to further reiterate my ministry's commitment to the success of the center at Kenyatta University in Kenya. Together, the ministry and our global partners, we shall inculcate continuous self-assessment mechanisms to all our stakeholders. In this regard, to managing crises that are likely to come our way, we therefore need to develop strategies that account for both resilience and efficiency, build adaptability into internal operations and supply chain through talent sharing arrangements with other firms that can support and retain workforce flexibility while lowering the labor costs. We can also take advantage of the extended tourism stakeholder relationships that we have gained here with our counterparts as well as those back home for resource mobilization and information sharing. Tourism enterprises and organizations should also endeavor to broaden their approach to resilience and incorporate resilience aspects as part of their core strategies. We also need to incorporate measures of tourism resilience to investment decisions by exploring growing opportunities that are adjacent to the core business. Lastly, we need to foster collaboration relationships with ecosystem partners, competitors, and regulators to determine industry standards for resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has created a platform for us to connect various cultures and practices associated with tourism resilience. It is therefore my sincere hope that through this interaction and learning, a tourism framework for the future will be developed through appropriate resilience and recovery policies and strategies. As I conclude, may I note that resilience practices within the tourism industry have the potential to help organizations not only weather crises, but also thrive over adverse events. May the deliberations from this conference enable us and tourism practitioners at all levels to embed resilience practices in all our operations. Thank you very much, and much love from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Minister Malonza. Thank you very much, Minister. Our bright days here in Jamaica are equally as beautiful as our warm hospitality, our food, and our culture. So thank you very much. You know, Minister, I tell you, you're going to have a task here because you have brought all these people here from the other countries of the world, and we need to go sit for them country too. So Minister, you have to organize a delegation to go see Kenya, Botswana, Malaga. So thank you very much. No, Minister, you know, you said the investment in the human capital is really what will set us apart. You know, we should really make our tourism industry and our tourism operators, all their organizations need to be learning organizations where whatever we learn, especially like today and for the last 2 days, we impart those knowledge to all our employees so that they can be better prepared. Tourism is about people. And regardless of the wonderful beaches, facilities, whatever we have, the hotels, attractions, it's all, tourism is about soul, and it's the people that makes a difference. And you know, you hit a point there. We must continue to invest in the people that will make us successful in our tourism operations. I now invite the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, our Minister of Tourism, Jamaica, and founder and co-chair of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, to be our keynote speaker. Minister Bartlett, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Omar. He said keynote, and I say quick note, because I think the keynote has just been done a while ago by our Minister Malonza, and what a wonderful presentation she made. I really wanted to give her a hand for that. Thank you so much, my distinguished minister colleagues that are here, and they have been here for 3 days. I want you to give my colleagues, please, all of you, please stand for me. All my ministerial colleagues that are here, and they have been here for 3 days. And I say that deliberately because I've been to many conferences all over the world and with ministers, and I don't recall any that have sustained 3 full days without leaving, and I really want to thank them. That's very true. They come for 1 day and they go, and they come when they are speaking and they go. These ministers have been here with us and have enjoyed and endured all the sessions throughout, and I thank you. Distinguished colleagues all, this morning we're running just a little tad behind, and I really wanted to get us going by 10 o'clock for the panels and sessions to happen. But permit me to use the opportunity to ask you, as we embark on this historic day, and Professor Waller sort of gave you a little appetizer, a little teaser a while ago, and I don't intend to tickle your imagination any further, because later on this afternoon rather, we hope to spend a little time on the day itself, the genesis of the movement that resulted in the UN's historic declaration of February 17 as Global Tourism Resilience Day. And just to say to you ahead of it all, that for us it was epic as it was historic, in that 19 countries signed the resolution ahead of my presentation at the UN. And by the time we were finished, 74 more countries signed to that, 95 countries in all. And that for me was very special, actually. And so before we go any further, I just want to thank the team led by our ministry. Taisha isn't perhaps in the room, but I have to make reference to Taisha Turner and the work that she has done in helping to craft that document. And then, of course, the permanent ambassador, or permanent representative, actually, for the UN, Mr. Brian Wallace, and his excellent team, who not only concluded the whole arrangements, but were the intellectual stimulus behind the crafting of and the wording of the resolution, so that the presentation could be acceptable to 95 countries. And I emphasize 95 countries, because I must say that since 1980, when the UN declared the World Tourism Day, it's the first time, 42 years, that any other day has been designated for tourism. In the case of Jamaica, we are perhaps very special in the sense that we now have two critical designations from the UN. In 1962, our then Minister of Foreign, we used to call it External Affairs at the time, the late Most Honorable Hugh Lawson Shearer, proposed and had a resolution put on the floor of the UNGA. But it took us 6 years for the resolution to be fully adopted, so that 1968 was declared the International Year of Human Rights. So since 1968, it's the first time that we in the Caribbean have had a UN designation of this nature. And our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, who is now in the Bahamas, undertaking regional affairs and working with our teams and our sister country in Haiti and so on to resolve issues, was instrumental in enabling this resolution, first of all, to be put to the House, to be put to the General Assembly in his very epic statement in September of this year, or last year, when he called on the UN to declare February 17th as World Tourism Resilience Day. And so we want to use the opportunity here to thank our Prime Minister for the role that he played and his foresight and vision. And indeed, he has been a great champion for tourism in Jamaica and the Caribbean. And I think you heard him in his keynote address on the first day of this conference. And I know that you agree with me that a round of applause is absolutely needed. Finally, in my opening comments, I'd like to just ask you to stand with me for a minute of silence as we celebrate today's World Tourism Resilience Day. We are minded of the disruptions that forces us to have a consideration of the importance of building capacity to recover and bounce back fast. And although we are thousands of miles away, global shocks affect us all, and when it happens anywhere, it happens everywhere. And so 35,000 people perished in one of the worst earthquakes that two countries have had, Turkey and Syria. And we ask that we pay a special moment of respect for those who lost their lives. May their souls rest in peace and light eternal shine on them. Thank you. Yes. So it would be remiss of me in making my references to omit someone whose memory we also honor today because of the work that he did with us. Initially, when Professor Waller and I started this resilience movement, and more so the establishment of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. And Professor Richard Bernal played an important role with us in the early beginnings. And in fact, unto his death a few days ago, it's days in my head, he was an integral part of the planning of this very conference. And he was down to introduce the former Prime Minister and keynote speaker yesterday. And we thank the former Governor General for, and we can hardly say substituting for him, but for doing it in his stead. But today we want to also recall his memory and his life and the work that he has done in academia, in diplomacy, in finance, and latterly in the resilience movement here at the University of the West Indies. May his soul also rest eternal in peace. The advent of COVID-19 has created for us perhaps what is the most existential threat that the human family has experienced since what we now call Anthropocene Earth. And we thought that that was an advent that we didn't expect, didn't understand, perhaps wouldn't even understand. And for 2 years, the world plunged into what we had called the anthropause, when nothing happened really. The seas were calm and quiet as the cruise ships were not traversing, nor the cargo ships were moving from port to port, emitting all sorts of noxious and disruptive effluent into the ocean. The planes were not flying, polluting the air with carbon emissions and advancing global warming and issues of climate change for almost 2 years became less evident and front and center of the minds of all of us. Production and productivity ceased, so to speak. And our industry, which at that time was the fastest growing industry in the world, that was contributing 11% of GDP and a similar percent of labor, and some 19% of trade in goods and services, and had moved from a simple leisure activity in several countries to become the dominant economic activity and the driver of jobs and well-being. And that industry literally ceased for that period. And then we had disruptions of various sorts emanating from that. The biggest disruption for us was the displacement of human capital within that time, when some 72 million people lost their jobs in the tourism sector worldwide, 65% of whom were women. The consequences, of course, are dire. And during the period, we learned how to pivot. And some new words came out. And innovation became a buzzword. And then the word called iteration was on the lips of everybody as we sought to find, by trial and error, each day, a way out, a way to navigate through the uncertainty, the maze of uncertainty that COVID-19 brought. But the one industry in the world that understood uncertainty, because in tourism we've always said the only certainty is uncertainty. And our job is to make people feel certain about uncertainty. And what a task we've done over the years with that. So through science and data and innovation and being able to be nimble and to be adaptive and innovative, tourism has come back. And we came back into a mode which transformed itself from first the anthropause that we spoke about into the anthropos that created a demand, huge demand, a kind of demand that tourism has never seen in all its years. The pent-up demand which released itself in the anthropos was amazing, but it brought with it further disruptions, supply chain disruptions. Because of anthropos, when anthropos came, a crisis followed, a crisis of supplies, because the whole logistics of movement was disrupted, and goods and services were not moving from one area to the other and being available as it was. But the biggest disruption within that supply chain, notwithstanding the wheat that went and, the other commodities that might not have reached you, was the human disruption. The disruption in human capital. So it made anthropos so much more of a challenge because the planes were not flying like they should, because the pilots had not come back. And the air stewardesses had not come back. And the hotels were not operating as they should, because the workers, by and large, had not come back. And in our case in Jamaica, some 20% of that workforce didn't come back, and we're working hard to get them back. So what we have seen, therefore, is that during the period of the entrepause, if we had not been building capacity when the recovery started, the process would have been even more disruptive than it had been. In Jamaica, we discovered very quickly that tourism is, in fact, susceptible to disruptions. And we had in the last 50 years 10 mega black swans, as we'd call them, disruptions that have impacted tourism. Some of which comes to your mind very readily: the SARS, the earlier SARS, the predecessor. And then we had 9/11, which was as disruptive as we could possibly get, caused by terrorism. Tourism literally went flat. And then we had the then we had the economic downturn of 2008, which disrupted the economies of the world. And we said during the process that it right-sized, downsized, and capsized all the economic entities, airlines, and everyone. And then, of course, the big one that we're talking about now, SARS, COVID-19. So in all the instances before, tourism recovered faster than all other industries and grew exponentially. So that within the 50-year period of 10 mega disruptions, we ended with an industry that was the fastest growing in the world and was one of the third largest contributors to global GDP. But the purpose for which today is driven is not focusing fully on those who have been able to recover fast and to recover well and to thrive after. We want to focus a bit on those who are hugely tourism dependent, weakly resourced, terribly vulnerable, and who have had disruptions and of today are still years behind in terms of their recovery. Because the effect of that is to create a level of human misery and social dislocation and instability that threatens all of us in the world. So while we talk about building resilience for tourism, we have to focus in the wider perspective on social disruptions, economic disruptions, political disruptions, health disruptions, security disruptions. And the most important of all is to build now human capacity to do 5 things. To predict disruptions, to mitigate against disruptions, to manage disruptions when they come, to recover from disruptions and to recover quickly, and then fifthly, to thrive after. So today's discussions, I hope, will revolve around those themes and enable us to have a better understanding of what our responsibilities are. And yesterday I spoke a little bit about tourism's responsibility in terms of building financial resilience. And tourism's responsibility in enabling countries of the world that are highly tourism dependent to be able to gain an insight in their own capacity to grow, to expand, and to enjoy prosperity. I called for a Tourism Resilience Fund yesterday, and I reiterate that call today. And I believe that we as an industry have the capacity to enable this fund to happen seamlessly, because we're the most consumption-driven activity on planet Earth. And at every step of the consumption, we have a carbon footprint. We can take responsibility for that. And we proposed what we could call a resilience tip that would be given by all consumers, the 1.4 billion of us who travel the world annually to seek and to consume. That's what we do. And as we consume, we contribute. And as we contribute, that contribution stays in the recipient countries and builds that fund to enable capacity for resilience. And it differs a little from the loss and damage concept that we have heard of, and it's good. Because what it does is to avoid the multilateral arrangements that sometimes are so onerous in their application that the real countries that need to benefit are still waiting to qualify. And even when they qualify, the process is so tedious for them to receive. This fund will allow for them to receive daily in their own space as our visitors, travelers, enjoy their culture, consume their creative assets, enjoy their gastronomy, perambulate their spaces, enjoy and have a wonderful time, and leave something behind. So today, our call, as we celebrate the first Resilience Day, the first Tourism Resilience Day on planet Earth, is for tourism to take responsibility for resilience. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And you know, it's quite commendable that 95 countries signed on to this historic initiative, Minister, and we hope that by, you know, within the next few months and over the next year, we'll have more countries. So, Minister, there's only one word that can describe your leadership, and it's visionary. And I would like you to stand again, Minister, while we really recognize our tourism minister. You are indeed a visionary minister, and we are so proud to have you, to call you Jamaican, even though I know you have responsibilities where we hardly see you, and you're traveling the world. But we're proud of you, Minister. Thank you very much. Very visionary to call on the countries to implement the Tourism Resiliency Fund, which I know will help some of the less, you know, developed countries, especially when these forces, these external forces, hit us. We're now going to be moving quickly. We are a little behind, and we are going to be setting up for our ministerial panel. And for that, the team is going to come and set up, but we're going to ask Minister Bartlett, Minister Nani Kereng, Minister Palonza, and Minister Francois to be ready for that ministerial panel. So we're going to do the setup now. Thank you. We are ready to resume with our ministerial panel. Whichever minister. the activities. We will now move into our ministerial panel, where we're discussing tourism resilience and recovery, policies, strategies, and the way forward. And we're going to be inviting our tourism ministers, Honorable Filda Nani Kareng, Minister of Environment and Tourism, Botswana, to come on the podium, on the stand. Honorable Penina Malonzo, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Kenya. Honorable Luz Curta Cassandra Francois, Minister of Tourism for Haiti. Minister. And we have a replacement. We are asking Minister Kenneth Bryan, or Minister of Tourism for the Cayman Islands and Chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, to join us. Thank you, Minister. And our moderator for this session is none other than Mr. Greenberg. Peter Greenberg, Emmy Award-winning investigative reporter. Mr. Greenberg, please join us. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Energy in the room. Okay, good. Oh, okay. I'm ready for that. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for joining us. The name of this panel, as you know, is Tourism Resilience and Recovery, Policy, Strategies, and the Way Forward. Of course, I'll add to that, in a world of disruption, a world that was disrupted before COVID-19, a world that continues to be disrupted. And as Minister Bartlett and I talked about the other day, it's not just about the capacity to recover, it's the capacity to anticipate, and then the methodology that drives both. One of the things that we've talked about is in any crisis, it's communication. But we're not talking about external communication. We'll get to that later. We're talking about internal communication. To what extent are the governments talking within ministries, within departments, that really will help you to anticipate a crisis to better adapt when it happens? Not if it happens, when it happens. And one of the things that I noticed in terms of how things have changed a little bit, and I refer now to the minister from Botswana, is that your title is not just Minister of Tourism, your title is Minister of Environment and Tourism. So you already have two umbrellas to work with right there. So you're already having a conversation with yourself as opposed to just waiting for the other ministers to get back to you. Tell me how that works. It's already on? Oh, it's not.
Hello?
Yeah, you are now.
Is it on? Thank you very much, and happy Resilience Day. How is it so nice to spend it in the country that birthed it? It's a privilege to be in Jamaica this very time. And we have decided to be bright today, the sunshine, the sand, and the beauty of our biodiversity. Moderator, it is important for me to highlight that I manage environment and tourism in one ministry because our tourism is anchored in natural resources, not just diamonds, but wildlife, flora and fauna. This is what we have been selling since independence. And it is important to say, in addition to the risks that we are discussing in terms of how we should build resilience to contain those risks affecting or risks directed to wildlife, including wildlife mortalities, like we had elephant mortalities in 2020 that you helped us with. In addition to engaging media locally, where we work together as ministries in terms of establishing development networks and development processes through national development, technical or thematic working groups. I am manage 6 other ministries that have to do with environment, water, health, agriculture, and so forth. And intra-communication happens within that space in national planning and reactions and responses. But most importantly, international communication was important for us to ensure that while elephants were dying, the uncertainties that we had to face, we managed to ensure that we get the international global media to help us to set the right narrative and what we were doing to contain the problem, including all the research that we had to do. It was important because it was risky not to give the positive narrative and show what we are doing. If people, tourists, were to hear that elephants were dying in Botswana, we are going to lose tourism. So thank you for being one of the journalists that helped us to send the right narrative, and we managed to contain and preserve, the tourism product.
Well, you mentioned the elephant situation in 2018, 2019. the real interesting thing is that everybody on this stage has shared a crisis or has had a crisis, right? We had the 2013, the mall shooting in Nairobi, act of terrorism. I actually happened to be at the mall that day, so obviously I was the first person covering it and dodging bullets, but I will tell you, 79 people were killed, more than 200 wounded. In 2010, and again in 2021, the earthquakes in Haiti. I covered that story as well. There's not a pattern here, by the way. But 2010, a human loss of staggering proportion. Another earthquake in August of 21, right? And of course, we have weather. Weather in Jamaica, weather in the Cayman Islands, inevitable weather, but that's changing in its patterns, changing in its ferocity, changing in its frequency. So for all of those things, I guess the real question is, and I'll throw it over to you, madam, you already had an experience with the earthquake in 2010. You had another experience in 2021. Is there a playbook? Is there basically a handbook, an MO, if you will, of preparedness? Do you have a crisis management program in place?
Thank you for this question. But first, allow me to thank Minister Bartlett for inviting me at this great conference on the crisis management. That, as you know, Haiti has facing a lot during those of past 40 years as natural disaster and political instability. So to this crisis we are facing as earthquake, as you mentioned, in 2010 and 2021, the government has did a lot to bring tourism back in Haiti between 2012 and in 2013. But Haiti, I can say, is naturally, resilience is a second nature in Haiti. The people in Haiti are really, really strong. They really they have hope for better tomorrow. But the government, what we did, we are now working on bringing back, restore safety and stability. But in the Ministry of Tourism, we are working to boost the tourism back. So we are working with what we have in terms of destination. Everybody in the world think that tourism is interrupted in Haiti. But the issue you have is mostly in the capital. But we still have other destination has capitation where tourism is growing. So we are can capitalize on this destination. And we are trying to give access, to bring access to other destinations we can develop. And also we are creating, well, we want to create other niche, I can say, I'm sorry, because you know my country is French speaking, so I have to take in English now. So, as I told you, we are working on other strategy, like to creating job, to give access, and to build capacity, new capacity in human resources as well. So, to help to meet the need of all operators, what we have, the ministry have to create, to take some measures, like create a new a center of crisis management. For example, I was delegated by the Prime Minister after the earthquake in 2021 to go to the NIP department. So the Minister of Tourism, as the Minister of Tourism, so I saw that it's really important for the tourism to be aware of all crisis management process you have to do when you have crisis. So I'm trying to see with my dear friend Bartlett if we can put a center of crisis management in Haiti to help to prevent those kind of problem, to put in place some procedure to can say that respond effectively and fastly to those effects, shocks of disaster or other problem.
An action plan. Exactly. Minister Bryant, in the Cayman Islands, obviously weather is always a factor. Do you have an action plan now?
Well, we always have, not to the magnitude of what we're trying to accomplish here at the Global Tourism Conference, but we have our natural disasters. We have a committee called NOAC, which covers all kind of disasters, whether it's storms, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's plane crash. And I think all of us would have something similar to that in our countries. But I was trying to recognize exactly what a topic that we were trying to cover and what we were talking about going forward. And I think that's what and forgive me for the acronym again, GTRCMC is trying to accomplish. Because when I think about the 5 points that the minister has highlighted, he's trying to create a structure upon which we can all operate under. And I personally think that every country should have a brand such as this within their country so we can all be working together to create the plans. Because when I think about my hazard management back home, that would be part of some of the areas he highlighted. He highlighted 5 of them, and if my memory serves me well, I was just trying to write them down to management, recovery, thrive, survive, and mitigate. Now,
Thrive comes last.
Thrive comes last, yes.
Just thought I'd mention it.
But the recovery part, I think many of us have already had that covered, because we all have some sort of recovery team of emergency for any kind of thing. That's a natural thing that we do. But we don't cover all 5 points, and I think what he and his team has been able to develop is an organized structure of, from the start, predicting it, to all the way to recovering from it. And we should all be in this together. And I was just saying to him after his contribution is that there has to be membership. There has to be a franchise where that fund, where everybody together can help finance the research that is necessary and compile that data that we can all use it together. So where within each country we are lost in our structures, we can learn from each other. And as the chairman for the Caribbean Tourism Organization, matter of fact, I see my General Secretary here and would like to recognize him. And this is something we're going to put on the agenda, because I think that all members of our organization should have such a structure so we can be prepared, particularly within the Caribbean. Of course, I would suggest this to be across the world. If you think about the comparison of sustainability and resilience, sustainability is about protecting your asset. Resilience is about protecting or managing your asset is sustainability. Resilience is about protecting it from outside sources, which is a totally different world. And I'm so glad that the attention is being equally shared on resilience and not only sustainability, because all of the talk about, environmentally friendly building, setbacks, renewable energy and all that, that's management. Resilience is about protections from things to happen, and there has to be equal, if not more, I dare say, discussion and analysis about that, so we don't have the losses that we've had for our people and our stakeholders across the world.
I mean, when you think about it, there are very few surprises here. We can identify crisis in fuel, crisis in supply chain, crisis in political conflicts and terrorism, crisis with pandemic and those to come, and of course what you just mentioned, climate change and sustainability.
I think we've been dealing with it for some time. It's just never been structured.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been dealing with these forever. Everything that you highlighted here, each country has done it in some way, shape, or form, but it was just never structured and analyzed from a theoretical standpoint of how you prepare and deal with it. This is about learning from each other and analyzing the data, and I love it. I can't wait to be able to sit with the minister and say that the Cayman Islands can be a part of this journey together and help with some of the funding as well, because it's essential not only to the Caribbean, not only to Africa, but my member states and the CTO, the French, the Dutch, the Spanish. Like, we have to bring everybody in the world on board with this because it's that big of a deal.
You're talking about lessons learned and, most importantly, lessons applied, which brings me back to an example going back to 2013 in Nairobi. A previous administration, I say that in due respect to Minister Malanda, but at the shootout, it was clear that no one was in charge. There was no one voice of communication to the outside world. No one was letting anybody know what was happening. And I went up to the State House and I said, I need to talk to the president. What is being done here? And the answer I got back is, come back later when it's all settled. Right? I think things have changed, Minister Malanza, in terms of your internal communications. Just go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, things have changed, and I'm very honored again to share the practices of Kenya on this floor. It's a great honor to us to share where we've come from in terms of crisis and disruptions. And indeed, in 2013, yes, we had the bomb blast happening in one of our malls, and at that time, I think we were not prepared as a country. And so we tried to approach it in a silo approach, which did not work by then until we had to engage multifaceted and multi-ministerial approach that finally worked. But I want to talk about the new regime that I'm part of and the government that came in August last year. The greatest thing that has happened to our country is that we've seen a transition since independence of Kenya for a deputy president to rise straight to power to be a president. And therefore, this is a deputy president who was there in 2013, and he had an experience of 10 years in power, and now he is the president. And so he's seen quite a lot of disruptions in our country. And therefore, when he assumed to power, he took us together, and he took us for a retreat, and we were discussing about delivering as one. Delivering as one in terms of sectorial approach, and also as a whole government to deliver together. And what this means is that if you look at the Ministry of Tourism, where I am today, I'm supported by so many enablers, be it transport. For anybody to reach any park in our country has to use a good road. For my wildlife in the parks, they need water. And therefore, I have to work together with the Ministry of Water. I have again to work with the Ministry of Environment in terms of restoration of our forests in the parks. I have also to work with the Ministry of transport in terms of, accessibility to the airports and all that. And therefore, as a country, we've taken what you're calling delivering as one government. And we're using the multi-sectoral approach where we are combining similar ministries like the natural resources ministries that are handling natural resources, where I fall because of wildlife, and other ministries like environment, like mining. We're coming together and coming up with plans that we're implementing together. And therefore, I think for us, this is one of the best practices that we are seeing is unlocking, and is actually synergizing quite a lot of the efforts that we've done. And we are really doing a lot of exploits in terms of implementation of our plans and our policies together. And again, is a playground where anyone can operate in any sector, and they can actually deliver as government. Whether I'm a Minister of Tourism or somebody else in Ministry of Transport can play the role that I play and still deliver. And therefore, for us, collaboration has been a key issue, has been a key theme in Kenya, and we are seeing it work. Thank you.
There's also the other ministry which we haven't talked about, the Ministry of Finance. Anybody remember that? Okay, good. Ministry of Finance, Minister Kareng, I'll start with you. At a certain point, someone's got to pay for this, right? Yes. So to what extent are they recognizing now the global importance of tourism resilience in order to fund you to the point where you can actually be better prepared?
I must say that as we go around the globe attending global conferences that speak to environmental issues, that speak to global strategies, for climate change reactions, and the president goes this way, I go this way. The Minister of Finance is always on board. And in our national planning machinery and processes, the Minister of Finance is aware of the need to inculcate environmental issues and resilience issues, by ensuring that when we make proposals on climate change responses, on capacitation of our institutions and our sectors, those, strategic focus and thematic areas are the Minister of Finance's speaking notes when she presents the budget. It's a she, by the way, when she presents the budget. So the budget, in terms of how it's formulated and how it's designed and how it's actually driven by the mindset of ensuring that the sustainable development goals are linked with our national development vision and our national development plans, and the thematic areas, including also one thematic area, which is a sustainable environment. They are built in the national development plans. And the National Planning Commission is there to ensure that all these thematic issues are embedded and inculcated and mainstreamed in the budget. We don't have sufficient funding, but at least there's consideration that Minister Kering runs a very sensitive and a needful ministry, so we must make sure that we can avail resources for that. So the budgeting processes do cater for that. We also have special funds, that we get levies from, tourism, and we have a plastic levy and, National Environmental Fund, which are government funds through the ministry that we fund other critical actors in that. And those are part of the budget allocations. And I must say that we are aware in terms of national planning processes of this.
Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you just made news today. You announced that your finance minister is always on board.
Yes, she is.
I just thought right? That's a breaking news story. Anybody else have finance ministers on board? Minister Brian?
Well, always. He's my closest friend, but also on board with the government's policies in respect to environment. I must say that I'm proud to say that the government that we have in the Cayman Islands is the most pro-protection to the environment and sustainable than we ever had in our country's history. Sometimes to some business people's dislike, I must say. But outside of the funding from government, I think we're forgetting some very important stakeholders. Those who make the money off of this business, they have to play their part too, because governments usually represent mostly, I'm not saying only, but mostly the people, the human part. The business part is a priority as well, and they pay their taxes too. But the strategies that we're talking about to ensure the industry upon which they make the most profits, they have to play their part by being involved in this. And I go back now to the CMC, where I think partnerships and memberships where they can fund and be a part of it, because you can't operate this vision, this plan, this way forward without them, because they're going to be the key individuals to help trade to come back, to figure out strategies of getting airlines going, getting hotels operational, get the employees going. All the factors to prevent these disruptions have to involve the major stakeholders in it, whether it's restaurants, hotels, airlines, attractions, and so forth, and the like. So I think we can't only leave it on the research individuals in government, but force the stakeholders. For example, in the Cayman Islands, we have the Cayman Islands Tourism Association. When I go back home, I'm going to have an upfront conversation to say, where are you on this? What is your part? How are you playing? Because we can't take only the burden to protect and plan for recovery for your business to make a profit only, even though they are taxpayers.
Well, you bring up a very interesting point. We have some private sector members here today as well. And Adam, I won't put you on the spot. Hey. But what you're really saying, if I interpret this correctly, is that the private-public partnerships have been pretty good in recovery. They haven't been pretty good in anticipation.
Exactly.
And do we have similar agreements here from the other ministers?
Yes, we do.
You can just speak it. We can hear you.
Speak into it.
Just hold it. It's got it.
Yes, we do. And for us in Kenya, actually, we're just going through a disruption. We're going through the longest drought that we've ever seen in our country. And I think this is one setup or disruption that has seen us bring on board the private sector. And for the first time, to sit with the government. Initially, we've been sitting the government on the other side and the private sector on the other side. And I think this is one area that we are cooperating very well. And actually, we're doing a lot of funding that is coming from the private sector actually to fund the drought activities and the relief food and also the water tracking in our national parks. Again, we are seeing a lot of collaboration in the area of climate change, where our president has also declared that we are going to plant 15 billion trees in the next 5 years. And we're seeing so many private sector and companies coming in and picking like 1 million trees, giving their contribution towards greening our country. And therefore, there's collaboration in terms of private and government.
You know, it's interesting. We talk about two things, which is a hindrance to both resilience and growth, and that is fear and perception. And for example, and I'll give you some very current examples. If I said to friends of mine today, I'm going to Port-au-Prince, you know what they'd say to me? Are you crazy? They would say, be careful, right? I'm not done yet, hold on. The same thing would have happened after the shootout in Nairobi. The same thing actually happened on a smaller scale, Minister Kreng, after the elephant situation, because the communication that was coming out was that elephants were being killed. You may remember that, right? So I guess the question is, to what extent is that fear the block, that perception the block for you to do the growth you absolutely need to do on all these levels?
Definitely the fears, the perception block the goal in the destination. As you say, when some people want to go, there was a lot of warning on Haiti. There's not a warning on Port-au-Prince. They say Haiti. So when people call some tourists wants to go to Haiti or to Cape Haitian, they will say, oh, it's Haiti, don't go there. But we have to work on with the country on the warning they to put the warning locally. Yes, we do have some issues in Port-au-Prince, but in the other part of Haiti, as I said, Cape Haitian or in Jacmel, so okay, the insecurity is not the same. So we were working on that with all representative of the countries that put this warning on Haiti. To speak about what you just said about the finance, Ministry of Finance, yet we does have the same problem in Haiti where the interest between ministries is not the same. So we have to convince them, work with them, make them understand. What I did recently, for Labadi, for example, there's a community they need some infrastructure. So we went there, I went there with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Transport to show them what's the urgent need for those people that have to, the port crews we have there, the revenue has to contribute to change the life of those people. So we completely agree, and we're going to put a fund together with the private sector. It's going to be a PPP, a private sector, and the government. We're going to put fund together to implement some social project to help those people. So I think when we talk, when we put all things on the table, we can work together.
Minister Malonza, oh, sorry, Mr. Kreng.
I think it is natural to expect that people will have some fear and uncertainties about a place, because with tourism, you are getting people from a place they know, they've lived, they've grew up in, to a place they don't know, because it's a whole issue of discovering and experiencing, new things that they do not know. So, but there is genuine perceptions that might be negative based on the truth, but some are not. But what we need to do, communicate the facts. with Botswana, we always communicate the fact that we are a country that has good governance. We have got the rule of law. You are safe when we are in Botswana. And I must tell you, in 2021, just when we were expecting that we are coming out of COVID, and then Omicron came, and Botswana was the first country that identified the Omicron after the genomic sequencing that was done. And immediately the world shut up. People had to return from Johannesburg in South Africa and go back home. And we were actually literally punished for discovering Omicron. And the fear was that, oh, COVID is there, COVID is there. But what we do is to ensure that we give the right facts and we communicate the right facts. You are safe. And when we say that, we mean it. Secondly, when people visit Botswana and they get that experience, we want to actually improve through your assistance that experience, to be packaged so that you can hear from your fellow American. You can hear the truth from your fellow Jamaican. I was there. I know it's safe. So then we get, to encourage each other on the right facts. But media communication and packaging the right story is quite key.
I'll get to that in a second. Mr. Bryant.
You know me, I like to be controversial, so I'm going to put something out there.
Let it rip.
We got to recognize that the geopolitics of the world, money is floating everywhere. And some of these bad press are not just happen to happen. They're intentional. That's how they control the global markets in countries and the exploitation of certain locations. So what I'm about to say is that we have to investigate that as well to ensure that we understand what's happening behind closed doors when they're trying to undermine certain countries. I may be from the Cayman Islands, and thank God for his blessings on my great nation, great island. But I feel it for my ancestors in respect to Africa, because we all know that the resources have been ripped and continue to be infiltrated within certain mechanisms politically and corporations and connections to politicians to continue to undermine. When you know that there's no good reason, there's no difference between a shooting in New York City or a shooting in Brazil than a shooting in Africa. But yet still, there seems to be concerted effort to continually negatively expose certain countries. And until we get to that and understand that there is a game of the bigger picture, we'll never really be able to fight it. I'm not sure if you can fight it, because money is a lot more powerful than you think.
Minister Malonza, I just want to get to her for 1 second.
Yeah, thank you.
Just hold that mic and it works. Just hold it. You got it.
Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry for that. Thank you very much. I think I'd want to do a rejoinder from what the minister is talking about, geopolitics that do play actually in the world. And I've seen that play in Kenya. In just a few days ago, there was, security alerts that keeps on coming, and some of them are not even true. And for me, how we've gathered and ourselves as a country is the messaging that you project out there, the communication that you give, the branding that you give your country. And the other thing that we've done as a country is bilateral relationships. We build very strong bilateral relationships across the world. And this is really helping Kenya. And Kenya is being seen in the right perspective, even with these alerts. But again, I would say that also it takes a country to quickly, move in with the right communication. And I remember that was pulled within even hours, because our ministers, projected the right scenario of Kenya. And I think the airlines just pulled out, and of course they apologized. And therefore I want to say, coming on the issue of financing and the minister of finance being at the center of it, Kenya, we've developed regulations, and we have what we call Finance Management Act that has placed the Minister of Finance at the center of all the operation of and matters regarding regulations on finance. And actually in every committee that is discussing about finance, there must be a representative from the office of the Minister of Finance. Therefore, is very cooperative, and of course we've seen a lot of funding through, collaborative moves that are coming to our ministries, and especially the Minister of Tourism, that is actually a productive ministry. Thank you.
You had something to say. Go ahead.
In addition to what my colleague my homologue says, ministers, regarding communication, you have to work also with the local media. That's the first that released the news. And in Haiti, for example, they were their focus is on politics. So what all news they are released is around politics. They're not thinking about tourism, attract tourism. So we have to work with the local tourism media to put them in the frame of tourism and to let them understand and know that the news they are released can be wrong to their country. So that's, I think, the strategy we can work with the media.
Minister Krang brought something up, and so did Minister Bryan, that I want to address. We have a number of members of media in the room today. I see Raj back there from the BBC. I don't pretend to speak for them, but I'm going to ask them to get involved if they'd like to. And this is this. It's a media question for all of you, me being the member of the media. And that is, who speaks for you? Meaning, is there one voice in your country? Is there a credible, trusted voice that the media can go to know? Because with all due respect, and please understand it is with all due respect, when you know what hits the fan, the last person I want to hear from is the Minister of Tourism. And the reason for that is your job is to promote tourism. Who is speaking for you when you have a crisis, either anticipating it or reacting to it?
I must say that, and I was going to make this point earlier, just to buttress what my colleagues were saying. Within the space of media, there is always media that is for you, and there's media that is also advancing a different agenda that is actually in opposition of what you do.
Right, but I'm not asking about the media. I'm asking who's speaking for you.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm getting there. I speak for myself, and we speak as government through government communications. That is the anchor. But within the private sector, private media, we do have friends. I've made sure that I have friends in the media, private media, that speak for me. They want the right narrative. They ask me for content. And what do? We take them to the sites to go and see and to get content for themselves. So who left us will speak for us every time.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The situation for Kenya, actually we have what we call a government spokesperson who speaks on behalf of the country. But when it gets to the ministerial level, every minister in our country is the spokesperson of the ministry. So in case of disaster, in case of any question, the minister then at that level becomes the spokesperson of the ministries. But of course, we build a very good relationship with both international and local media. And we operate very well. Of course, we have in my ministry what we call the Kenya Tourism Board. That is actually the agency that markets Kenya. That is actually the voice again in my ministry that speaks to the world about Kenya in terms of marketing Kenya as a premier destination.
In the Cayman Islands is obviously our leader, our premier, the Honorable Wayne Panton. And anybody he allocates that responsibility to. And I would encourage any media who wants to speak to us, we're always an open book. But I think it's important that we differentiate the different types of media that we have, and that you should not, with this negative brush, paint everybody, because particularly the media within the tourism story exposure have been awesome and been good to the Caribbean particularly. There are journalists who do this every day about travel news. And they don't get into that fluff. Matter of fact, usually they're the ones who help us mostly to mitigate the negative perceptions because they're intimate with our jurisdictions. It's more the mainstream, and I ain't going to call any major networks, but...
Oh, come on.
No, I'm not going to do that because I still need them myself. but the truth of the matter is that what we see is a decay of journalistic principles over time due to the advancements of technology, whereby 20 years ago, the news was the source of information that you depended on and that you can rely on. As a result of the advancements of technology, Google and Wikipedia and so forth, nobody goes to them anymore, so they had to learn to survive. And then they forced themselves to look at things that were hot button, click button topics. And unfortunately, because of human behavior, negativity moves a lot faster than positivity. And I don't think there's any way for us to get around that other than being better human beings, have a more moral compass individually. That's why I like focusing with journalists who focus on tourism specifically, because they sell our story a lot better. But networking, having diplomatic relations, maybe that's a cue for me to shut up.
Go ahead.
Hold the mic like this, okay. You have to have a lot of diplomacy here, and one person who is a good guide on this, and I have to say, he's just a superstar, Mr. Edmund Bartlett. Every single week of the year, you will see him in the media. No doubt.
By the way, that's either very, very good or very, very bad.
No, it is very good because
good.
everything I see he does is positive, and he makes sure he has relationships. He has a relationship with you and many of the media who are here, and that's important because until you fully understand what he represents, can you only feel morally obligated to say, I have to really report the truth. I'm not giving you second-hand information. It's first-hand information because I'm intimate with it. And we all, as leaders within our jurisdiction, have to have a stronger relationship with the media in order for them to respect us. So I take his lead in that respect. And any media in the house wants to talk to me, let's have coffee outside after.
Before we end it, I just want to suggest one change of word of what you just said. It's not about selling your story, it's about telling your story.
Very true.
And if you miss that distinction, you repeat the problem.
Well, but let's not get away from the fact that everybody here needs to make $1. Everybody had to get...
You make more money if you tell it than if you sell it.
That's true, but think about which media do you know does it totally free anymore? You had to pay for your ticket to come here. How is that covered? How do you pay for your internet website? How do you pay for all that? There is, for us to ignore the reality of revenue would be a silly mistake.
Oh, I'm not telling you to ignore
it.
I'm just saying redefine it to the point where it doesn't hurt you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that.
Good. Are we going to have coffee later, too?
Of course we are.
On that note, we're a little bit out of time. I want to thank our distinguished panelists, the ministers from Haiti, from Kenya, from, of course, Botswana and the Cayman Islands. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks to all our ministers, Minister Francois, Minister Malonza, Minister Kereng, and Minister Brian. Thank you very much. We're doing a... And I was asked for a picture with the ministers and Mr. Adam Stewart. So if Mr. Stewart could join us, and I think the minister of the Turks and Caicos is here. Yes. Minister, Adam would not be pleased. Adam has a lovely property there. So Turks and Caicos. Grenada is here. Yes, minister from. Okay, minister from. But yep, Sandals is there too. Thanks for that, Keith. Minister Bartlett not here? Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Stewart. Thanks, ministers. Thank you. I should let you know we're not taking the network break. However, the coffee break, and some snacks are on the outside. Feel free to browse on outside and come back in, but there's no break. We're going to be inviting our panelists for the next session, which is the future of tourism. We have one of our panelists will be virtual, Miss Olga Gomez, who is a tourism lead specialist, the Inter-American Development Bank. We are inviting Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg, President for the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association. Mr. Adam Stewart, our Executive Chairman, Sandals Resorts International. He can sit right there in the middle. President. Mr. Nick Rose, Vice President and Head of Environment, Social and Governance, Royal Caribbean Group. Mr. Nick Rose. He is on his way up. Mr. Neil Walters, Acting Secretary General of the Caribbean Tourism Organization. Mr. Walters. The Honorable Cuthbert Newb, Chairman, African Tourism Board. Mr. Honorable Cuthbert Newb, Chairman, African Tourism Board. Can you join us on the stage, please? Is Mr. Newbe here? He's coming up. And Mr. Newbe, are you coming up? I'm ready to introduce. Please join us, Mr. Is it Newbe? Huh? Newbe. No. Thank you. Our moderator will be Clifton Reeder, Vice President of Moon Palace Jamaica and Turks and Caicos, and the immediate past President of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. Mr. Reeder, you can get one with Mr. Reeder too, yeah? The future of tourism. Mr. Reeder.
Ready? Yeah, I think a little bit up. Yeah. That's so tall. All right. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, as I was introduced a while ago coming up, my nickname, as we say in Jamaica, is the COVID president. And I think I will hold that one for life, and there shan't be another one. But, ladies and gentlemen, I must say, we have a great panel and some excellent questions, and I'm sure they're going to do more than justice answering these questions. We've learned quite a bit from the pandemic. And going forward, we have to use these lessons to ensure growth, sustained growth in our industry. And I'm going to ask, starting with Chairman Adam Stewart, to just expound on that, some of the lessons learned during the pandemic and how we can use those lessons going forward.
Thank you, Clifton. And good afternoon, morning. Good morning, everybody. It's fabulous to see everybody here after 3 days of talking tourism. Those of us on the Jamaica side and on the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association side tried our best to navigate COVID, really with a blank piece of paper, not knowing what protocols were. That word was not a commonly used word. Social distancing was not a commonly used word. And the word I would put in the center of it is we unified. We absolutely unified. We brought a sense of humility to the table. We recognized the importance and value of the total tourism ecosystem. Villas, boutiques, big hotels, small hotels, tour operators, restaurateurs, airlines particularly. And there was an element and a sense of how much bigger tourism is than any one of us individually, our brands, even our countries. It became a sum of the parts. It was a Jamaica problem first in the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, then it very quickly expanded to our Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association. It grew much bigger than the Caribbean region, and it just showed you how small, connected, and united we were. So for me, I saw a level of public and private partnership that I think we should be incredibly proud of, a level of respect across responsibilities and duties, and as I mentioned, a level of grit, determination, and drive. And COVID showed you very quickly those who had the backbone, those who were determined, and earlier there were commentary around media narratives. You know, we know that there were false narratives. We know that there were false narratives originally because that's what we thought. What we saw further was that there were false narratives that were dragged on and continued for motivated purposes that weren't always to the betterment of our people. And I applaud the governments that stood strong, that found a balance between lives and livelihoods. And I applaud the private sector stalwarts that stood up and said, we will find a way in these dark hours. And I think the Caribbean as a region did the most remarkable job, and hence, we are the world's most tourism-dependent region. We're also the world's fastest recovering region on planet Earth. And that did not happen by mistake, ladies and gentlemen.
It was indeed not a mistake, and I'm sorry Minister Bartlett is not here now, but we basically put together the COVID team that led us through that time. And as Mr. Stewart just mentioned, every single department of government, private sector, the PSOJ, other Caribbean nationals came to each other's rescue. I'm going to basically go and ask each panelist the same question, the lessons learned during the pandemic and how we can use that to grow tourism in the future. Please.
Thank you so much. May I hasten to demystify the myth that has been perpetuated for decades, that Africa is a third world continent. And also to say Africa is still underdeveloped. I would like to stand as an advocate for the African continent. It is the best continent to be. It has all what it takes. I'm sure my minister would concur with me. Those who haven't been to Africa, you aren't seen anything, and you are missing. And want to appreciate once again the efforts and resilience from the Honorable Minister, who has been a champion in driving the disconnect that has been there to say, how do we bridge the gap from Africa to the Caribbean, joining the umbilical cord that was disconnected during those days. Africa is a place to be. Coming back to your question, as Africa, I think it afforded Africa to go back to the drawing board, to say, how do we synergize, how do we collaborate, how do we work together? I am so excited to see our ministers from Africa standing together with one voice in brand marketing the continent. So yes, COVID, it came with devastation. Of course, we lost our loved ones and most of the entities were closed. But on the other hand, it afforded Africa to come to their senses. Hence now we are talking with one voice to say, how do we start to look within? That is putting priority on our domestic, on our regional, and on our continental tourism. By the way, when the global community closed their borders to Africa, each man was left to fend for himself. Africa stood up. We came out so strong because we started to acknowledge, to say, how do we make sure that our domestic tourism, and how do we make sure that each and every citizen of the continent becomes a brand ambassador? And then the international, of course, travel, it must come as a complementary. So I'm so proud and I'm so excited to be part of this great initiative where we are joining hands, the African continent and with the Americas, especially Jamaica.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy that you mentioned domestic tourism, because during the pandemic, I must thank all our Jamaicans. Surveys showed that 27% of our occupancy then was due to the local market. And I would like to acknowledge that. Madam.
Done. Oh, here we go. Specifically to both points, I sat on the COVID task force, and Minister Bartlett appointed that task force very early. So I kind of had two hats. I had my Jamaica hat and my Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association hat. I stepped into that presidency during COVID as well, so I'm also a COVID president. So I work very strongly with CTO, and we have Neil here beside me. But one of the great lessons of COVID, I think, is the level of collaboration, not only in country, public-private sector, as Adam mentioned, but across industry. It was not just tourism. And we worked with agriculture, manufacturing, all of the private sector stakeholders. And one of those have actually lived on. We do now, through, mentioned earlier on the panel, is the Minister of Finance on board. Prior to COVID, tourism ministers across the region still had challenges getting finance to back them, still had challenges with some ministers thinking that tourism is really an industry. When COVID hit and the impact of the loss of the tourism sector permeated every other industry in society, and everybody realized the value of tourism and the linkages, the backward linkages into so many other sectors, it was a game changer in Jamaica, and it was a game changer in the Caribbean. Every single solitary industry, now we have a BOJ quarterly review. And every time we go on that call, Clifton, myself, and a few of us sit on that call, the first question is, where's the tourism report? Everybody wants to know what is happening in tourism. Everybody is excited about the development, the growth. Tourism is now actually seen as the driver of our economy with no hesitation. Our Minister of Finance is 110% now behind tourism, and Minister Bartlett don't have any arguments in cabinet anymore. He's fully backed. So I think that is one of the things that have come out very strongly, that there is no question anymore of the value of tourism. And, we have said, we see countries like Dubai embracing tourism and looking at how they can use that to push forward their economy. And if they, which have oil, is using tourism in such a strong way, why should we in the Caribbean shirk from that? And I think that is one of the things that COVID has taught us. It has taught us the value of the tourism. It has really emphasized how much of a driver it is and how much you can build it and use it as a pillar to develop everything else. Because tourism brings an economy of scale that nothing else brings. It's an export industry. You can stay here and build out your manufacturing, your agriculture, so many other sectors, and you are exposing all of those persons and those visitors to your products and services, which they demand when they're here on island or in the Caribbean, and that they want to take away and demand in their own home country. So I think COVID has given us that as an absolute advantage, the value of tourism.
Thank you, Madam President. Neil, if you would go along, please.
Hi, good morning. I want to echo the sentiments of everyone before me. I mean, I can almost say ditto. and just keep quiet. But I will actually point out that when we talk about collaboration, it was because no one had the answer or no one entity had the answer. And I think that it removed the, I don't know if it's a word, siloism, if that existed in tourism and among economic sectors prior to the pandemic. Which is actually quite interesting because the activity that basically closed down tourism showed us its strength and showed us how powerful, to echo Nicola's sentiments, tourism is. But I think one of the things it also gave us the opportunity to do is after several years of significant growth, when we were basically our heads to the wall trying to make tourism grow, the stop gave us the opportunity to look at tourism critically and see some of the shortfalls, some that have been mentioned here today, some of the shortfalls, and also to look at ways to mitigate against them. It made us put on our thinking caps and look at new opportunities. I heard the discussion earlier about domestic tourism, and for some of our countries in the Caribbean that are quite small, the concept of domestic tourism would have been totally foreign prior to COVID. But I think during COVID, well, not totally foreign, but to a large extent foreign, especially in periods when we would have been accustomed to having visitors come from our regular source markets. The move, and it was a significant move in some cases, to look at people within our shores to allow properties and attractions and so on to continue to function. And I think that is something that we can continue to build on. It actually deals with some of the issues that were discussed earlier today in terms of funding for resilience and so on, but also giving the opportunity for a sector that has been, in a lot of cases, very seasonal, the opportunity to move into times when it has been very low. So I think echoing all these sentiments, but adding that piece and recognizing as well the human part of it. It affected a lot of people who work in the sector. We lost some of them, but I think that what we have seen coming out is a lot more innovative ways that people are thinking about tourism. True. And I think that is actually critical, and that actually stands the sector, especially here in the Caribbean, very, very well.
Good, thank you very much. You know, looking at cruise, because sometimes we describe tourism loosely and not include our cruise partners. So, I mean, this morning we want to hear from you. We want to get your perspective on where we are going in the Caribbean.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. I think I'll just echo what my panelists said, but take it one step further is, and I think the minister brought it up earlier, that COVID showed us not only how connected we were, private, public entities, but I think the biggest thing it showed us is how connected we are regionally, right? Tourism is globally, but regionally, tourism really resides within regions, right? And making sure that, you know, if someone wants to go to the Caribbean, right, the beauty of the Caribbean is they can visit, you know, multiple different countries, multiple different cultures in 1 week's time or 2 weeks' time. And that, I think, is what bound us from COVID. At least from the cruise industry, we realized that very quickly it wasn't just working with one partner, whether it's, you know, cruising in Bahamas or, you know, the cruise lines in Jamaica alone. It was, how can we bring and make sure we're talking Jamaica, Bahamas, you know, all the other islands within the Caribbean to make sure that we're all working towards the same thing. And I think that's one thing we learned very quickly out of COVID is that we're all bound together and bound together regionally. So something that we're definitely taking forward.
Good, thank you. One of the things that I believe, especially with cruise and companies like Sandals operating across the Caribbean, is that, you know, through CTO and Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association, we probably need to have one set of rules, one set of standards, the border controls and everything. I think that was one of the things that we could have done better coming out of COVID. Tourism does well, but sometimes it's not reflected down to our people. The multiplier effect does not spread as fast as it should, despite the fact that tourism, as was said by Minister Bartlett and others, is the fastest way to move wealth from the richer nations to the poorest nations. I'm going to ask Mr. Stewart to speak a little bit on linkages how can we, he's also the chair for the Linkages Council in Jamaica, and I think it is very important that we hear from him this morning how the Linkages Council can help us to retain.
Thank you, Clifton. I think it has a lot to do with the maturity of where we are in 2023, 2022 as a tourism product vis-a-vis where tourism, in effect began from jet aircraft were flying 60, 70 years ago. In our kind of virgin state early days, we were just appreciative of anyone coming to our shores. The Caribbean states are finite. The beach lines and shorelines are finite. And there's a multitude of things that have to happen within that industry to appeal. You have villas, you have boutiques, you have EP hotels, you have all-inclusive hotels, you have restaurants and gastronomy, you have entertainment, you have retail. There's a multitude of things that have to happen concurrently to make your destination fascinating. Your headline title, brand Jamaica, brand Barbados, brand Turks and Caicos, any one of the islands is sacrosanct. And what people think about those names when they hear it is critical to the velocity of what we'll be able to create on a go-forward basis. So we're now at a stage in Caribbean tourism where we're no longer counting singularly heads of who are coming to the destination, but indeed foreign exchange retention into our banking system and how that trickle down goes further. So if you pivot kind of off of that jump-off point, the question is how do we get more of our nationals in a part of the day-to-day system? And I think, factually speaking, historically, there was an adversarial style conversation that would take place between major industries. And what Nicola said is absolutely spot on. What she's really saying is tourism is the great accelerator. It is probably the only industry that the more successful it is, everything else around it is. More consumption, our minister is a champion for talking about consumption, and that's what tourism is. So whether it's bottled water, whether it's craft, whether it's tours, whether it's taxi drivers, it's food, it's the coffee we pour in our hotels or consume on experiences, anything is about consumption. So our duty and linkages is to widen the net and to make sure that there are more nationals a part of it on the supply side. We are in tourism bringing the consumption side. We are bringing the consumer. They come with their credit cards, they come with cash, and they are ready to spend to the degree with which we can create experiences that they say, well, that's fascinating. And today, it's all about authenticity. Consumers want highly authentic, culturally rich type experiences that they will then take out. So if we're not doing enough, it probably means from a mindset point of view, from a policy point of view, we're not doing enough to drive, to orchestrate, to create and curate, indeed, those experiences in our countries. And you have to win where you win. In Jamaica, we win in a number of areas. We win with reggae music. The birthplace of reggae music, it's all here. It's crazy how many people go to Bob Marley's original residence and how simple of a product it is, but how fascinated they are by the story. In Jamaica, we win with coffee. And we have our Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee, of which Nicola heads up our gastronomy vertical in linkages. In Jamaica, we win with rum. Barbados is the same. Turks and Caicos is the beaches. Antigua has 365 beaches. The island and the archipelago of the Bahamas is, it's a force of nature. The colors of the blue of the water, the Cayman Islands, every one of these islands have a story. They have a history, and if you celebrate it, and what we have learned, and I want it to be on the record that there is a new generation of tourism leadership taking place today between public and private sector that is not adversarial. Minister Bartlett, you were out of the room, and the Honorable Minister from the Cayman Islands was talking about your use of media to promote the advancement of Jamaica and, in fact, the world's tourism, your consistency, but your consistency in positivity. And we are no longer in the stage in Caribbean tourism where we're fighting each other. Agriculture grows with us. Manufacturing grows with us. Entertainment grows with us. Everything grows with us. And the more we hold hands and follow the leadership of Minister Bartlett and other champions, is the more we will be collectively. But the conversation, the table has been set. It is about making sure more nationals strategically, because we plan for it, become a part of the ecosystem of what tourism represents.
Thank you, sir. I know you mentioned gastronomy, but you know, we look at the primary products that we produce throughout the Caribbean. But how can we move from primary to secondary products in order to extract more from that tourism dollar? Nicola?
Well, I think that we are... My mic up, yes. Sorry. I think we are definitely focusing on that. As I sit on linkages with Adam, and linkages is something that is permeating the Caribbean. I was at the St. Lucia Hotel Association, AGM, and they signed an MOU with their manufacturing association. So it is something that Jamaica took the lead and many other Caribbean islands are doing. We recognize that it is not, as you said, just the primary products, but we do a lot in terms of our events of our own, Christmas in July and our speed networking, which are 2 linkages products, where we bring in the manufacturers, the craft vendors, the various suppliers to the industry, but we also give them developmental support. So through our business development community, they give them marketing support, they give them technical support, because we do need to build out an industry behind everything that we have. Take jerk, for example, and I give that as a Jamaican example all the time. Jerk in Jamaica, jerk chicken and jerk pork, there was a time, not so long ago, maybe about 35, 40 years, you had to travel all the way to Portland, to a very specific area, Boston, to get jerk. Couldn't get it anywhere else on the island. Now, jerk is permeated the island, permeated the world. But what it built behind it is the seasoning, the sauces, the spices, the rubs, everything. So jerk has built out an entire industry behind it in terms of manufacturing. In terms of books, cookbooks, the amount of cookbooks have been written that go through that, the history of it. And that's how you move from one thing, which was just, as you said, primary product, maybe the pimento, which was the original spice that goes into the jerk, and the Scotch bonnet, to building out an entire industry behind it. And that is the kind of research that we have to do in terms of the future of tourism, because we are saying tourism is the driver. So it's not just about bringing the tourists here and having them have an experience. And the other element to that is that the tourists can also experience those experiences during farm-to-table experiences, which we are developing more and more of that. So the authenticity is not only just in the sun, sea, and sand, but it is in the agriculture, the manufacturing. It is in all those other experiences that also goes into community development, because everything is taking place also at the community level. And we are seeing more and more persons looking to build out, and we see it every year when we do these things, nutraceuticals. We have a spa program, which we are seeing that is using all of the natural lemongrass and all the various things that we have in Jamaica to build spa products, makeup. I mean, we are just looking, coffee scrub, you know, that's something, all sort of coffee and coffee-related products. We have our Blue Mountain Coffee Festival coming up in March, and there's a whole trade day that is just what can you do with coffee and how can you make products out of coffee. And it will be celebrated at this. I sit as president of CHTA, which is Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and we, through partnership, have been sharing the best practices in Jamaica. But it's not only Jamaica. We share best practices that happen in St. Lucia, in Barbados, in Cayman, across the region. So it's not as, I'm going to use Minister Bartlett. We have gone past competition. We're in co-petition. and it is really a very exciting time to be in tourism now, because the level of collaboration, the level of visioning, the need to really see how we bring every single Caribbean national to the table. If you are not only an employee in the industry, you can be an entrepreneur. I said this yesterday, our micro, small, and medium-sized entities are being supported and are looking to build out products and services behind the tourism product to ensure that we have wealth generation for the future of our Caribbean. So it's not only about external investment, but also raising the standards for every single Caribbean national.
Good, thank you. Neil, I'm going to ask you from a CTO perspective to just look at the expansion of the product, the physical product in the Caribbean. we have Turks and Caicos, for instance, pure luxury. I go there once a month, so I know they're really looking at the luxury market. But what about the mass tourism market? Should we have a balance? How should we go forward, expanding the product throughout the region?
Before I answer that, if I can just add something to what Nicola was saying.
Sure.
When Nicola was speaking, I was actually thinking about the fact that throughout the Caribbean, and Jamaica has been a standard bearer for this, we have seen a significant expansion of community-based tourism as a product offering, as it were. And we at the CTO have actually received a significant amount of funding from Compete Caribbean, which is a facility of the IDB, to help promote that. So while she was speaking, I was thinking Nutmeg and Grenada and so on and so forth. So definitely we do support those activities and see it as something necessary for growing inclusivity in the tourism sector. But in terms of the question, in terms of product offering, we as an organization, we give best practices. We seek out the research, the information that exists out there, the market research, et cetera, and give the information to our members. Members choose what they want to do in terms of their own product. However, I think even prior to the pandemic, we were actually promoting the reality that while this expansion occurs, whatever form you take, it needs to take into consideration the environment in which you are functioning. So that, as you pointed out, some countries may go to luxury, but that works for them. But recognizing that while you do that expansion, you actually look in terms of your communities around you, the environment general, and it speaks to sustainability. The development needs to take very much into consideration sustainability. If not, we will have a situation where we start to outstrip ourselves. But I think the opportunity exists where it is possible, because some countries, you mentioned Turks, there are some countries that go for the eco-tourists, who actually in some cases may be willing to spend a premium dollar. But we don't necessarily at this time see them as per se luxury, but they're paying for a particular type of specialized experience. Yeah. So I'm saying that to say, I don't think we can pin ourselves down to say that it needs to go in a particular direction. It needs to be sustainable above all. It needs to match with the country's economic policy. And the discussion we're having here today clearly shows that tourism policy needs to be included in a country's economic policy overall. I think once we use those type of tenets, the development that we see will match the capacity within the individual country, and it will ultimately add to the overall tourism product offering, but always taking into consideration best practices and standards, and sustainability is the guiding light.
Good, thank you. And with all of this, we have to fund it. So we have Olga Gomez from IDB. Again, quite a few projects going on in the Caribbean. I think Jamaica is slated to expand by 25%, 8,000 plus rooms. And I know throughout the Caribbean, quite a few projects are going on. But not only in the hard projects, but environmentally, we need financing as well. And we spoke this morning about the resilience of our region. And we want to know what innovative loans, what innovative help the IDB can give to the region.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry that I'm virtual and in a virtual way, but I would like to connect with some of the previous questions and speakers, and regarding, for example, when it was first mentioned, the importance, what are the lessons learned from COVID? And I think one thing that is very, very important on our perspective is the key role and the indispensable role that the public sector has in really supporting the development of the sustainable tourism agenda and the tourism resilience in general. And in that sense, as you might know, IDB has been working and is the main source of financing for the Latin American and the Caribbean region, and as well of technical support. We believe that we, of course, have as well IDB Invest, who is working with the different stakeholders of the private sector. But as IDB public sector, we are working with several countries trying to develop comprehensive programs, and among them, we have this year approved two very important loans, financing loans. One is a policy-based loan that is completely focused on resilience, and we have been supporting this program through technical assistance, so around $1 million in technical assistance that is non-reimbursable resources, and a $150 million loan that is for Panama, that is really addressing climate change, is addressing biodiversity, preserving biodiversity, is addressing having a comprehensive governance and a reinforced governance in Panama, is addressing what we have seen that is really important, is for making policy that is evidence-based policy. So we have supported as well the government to build a tourist intelligence system that will permit the government to plan its policy and its investments with more granularity, with better knowledge, more evidence-based, which will lead to a more efficient and effective policy and investments. We have as well other type of loans or programs, which is investment programs. That is the case, for example, of El Salvador. We have been working with El Salvador for several years very closely. We had a previous loan of 25 million, and this new loan that we have approved recently in September, by the end of September, is an investment loan of $106 million. 46 million are dedicated and targeting all aspects of resilience and sustainability. We are talking about tourism land zoning and planning. We are talking about coastal zone management. We are talking about building a tourism climate change strategy. We know that mitigation is important, but adaptation is going to be critical, particularly for the private sector as well. Heat stress. So it's not only, there are so many aspects that are going to influence tourism demand and supply. We are creating resilience as well for the type of crisis that we just faced. We are reinforcing human capital. We have as well within that loan a matching grant program to support the transformation of the productive sector, the tourism productive sector in El Salvador, reinforcing the productivity of small and medium enterprises via this program for trying to make them more sustainable, more resilient, and as well making a technological transformation, not only of the firms, but as well of tourism human capital. And these are just two examples. We are working as well at this time with the government of Jamaica in the development of the new tourism strategy. We have been collaborating, financing several diagnostics and very thorough studies that we think are the key to develop a good planning, and it was mentioned this morning. These are just some of the examples. And as well in Panama with the IDB Invest, both windows, the public sector window and the private sector window, we develop a guarantee towards trying to support the liquidity as well of the private sector. So there are several instruments, and tourism is a key area, it's a productive sector. And I think it was mentioned this morning the importance of the collaboration and coordination among different stakeholders, and particularly as well with the Ministry of Finances. I think it's very important, and this terrible crisis have shown the importance of this sector in terms of economic growth, in terms of socioeconomic growth and its impact, and as well in terms of how this sector contributes for the public finances. So we should not see investing in this sector necessarily as an expense, and we know that we all have expense ceilings and we have tight budgets, but how productivity, increasing this productivity in this sector can lead to higher and better public sector finances. I hope that was clear and we have good connectivity. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for the great work that you're doing supporting us. We have about 10 minutes to go, but we cannot close without discussing the people that makes the industry in the Caribbean. Of course, this is the first time in our history, as far as I know, that we have less labor to choose from. I mean, we always have more and always could get that choice. How is it affecting the quality of service that we have? The other question, and I want to pose this question to Nick before going into the next one. The cruise ship, the land-based organizations in the States, in Canada, they're pulling a lot of employees from us in this region. Would it be a good thing, or wouldn't it be a good thing to develop training institutions within the region, if you don't have them already, so that you can train some of our unskilled workers, take them and send them back to us, more disciplined, more well-trained people? Because I think sometimes we're just pulling from the region and we're putting in the training resources, and we believe there should be some kind of partnership with organizations like yours.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. And I mean, the simple answer is yes. I think, working towards that partnership of how do we make sure that we're providing the opportunities for people who want to go and try to work on a cruise ship or learn a certain skill set. Like if you look at what the cruise industry, specifically Royal, has done with the American Caribbean Maritime Foundation, right? Supporting and supporting that issue to make sure that there are scholarships available for people who want to have seafarer careers, whether it's on the maritime sector, hotel sector. So that's one opportunity that we are looking at. And also, Royal, we just launched kind of this Propelled by People campaign. Is how do we make sure that as we continue to grow, that we're growing sustainably and making sure that we always have the right, not only the right amount of people, but really the right skill set people to come on board a ship to understand what they offer. Because, I mean, speaking as a former crew member, I was a crew member on a Royal Caribbean ship 15 years ago. One of the things that I think draws people to cruising is you can, go on a ship and see 70 different nationalities. People like that. People understand that, where they grew up is different from where someone else grew up. So learning how they challenge and do that stuff. So I think being able to partner with Caribbean nations, partner with public, private sectors in order to grow what that kind of training looks like is something that, we are always looking forward to and, we'll continue to support.
Thank you. And I know some notes are being taken there, so I'm sure we will get back to you to form that alliance. I know Sandals University is up and running, and I know there are great promises, and I know that the management part of it, because we always think of tourism as the lower jobs and everything. So I'm just going to ask Adam to just go through some of the jobs that are out there and how Sandals University will prepare Caribbean nationals to take up some of those jobs.
Yeah, thank you, Clifton. I think at a high level, there's a misconception about what the sophistication of tourism. People tend to consider the rooms division and the food and beverage division and waiters and waitresses and room attendants, because that's usually the biggest by quantum. But tourism today is way beyond that. Now, even in those two verticals, the supervisory, the managerial, the zone management, but then you get into construction, project management, engineering, development, then you get into accounting and finance, you get into banqueting, you get into specialized professionals, wellness, healthcare, water sports, scuba diving, and I can literally just keep going down the list. In our organization, many, many years ago, we learned the importance of training. And it starts at a high level, that a belief system that exposure is the greatest gift you can give to a human being. So we are intrinsically in the people business in hospitality. And back to the question of COVID, there's something that we learned as a lifelong lesson was how much we missed each other.
Yes.
We are naturally social people on this planet, whether we recognize it or not. So we're not programmed to hide from one another. We're programmed to crave the indulgence of one another and be together. And there is no finer industry, no greater example in the world than tourism. So if you're in the business of wanting to make people happy, there's a multitude of skills that come down that level from a training and development point of view. So the Sandals Corporate University as a machine has 155 different certifications, 100% paid for by Sandals. You can come into the company with a big smile and the right attitude, not being able to read and write, and get your master's, and it's 100% on you as to how far you go, and you take it.
Excellent.
And we have seen, and my colleague from Africa here, we can't think of ourselves as third world any longer. We have to think of ourselves as a journey that we haven't yet had all the exposures that we may need. And I believe strongly that particularly here, this is where the private sector does a great job, but needs to go even further in recognizing the importance of upskilling so that our people in this region can hold all of the biggest jobs. Now, my company is world famous. Our company is world famous for having this incredible reputation, and 98% of our 18,500 employees are Caribbean nationals, holding the best jobs at the highest levels. So thank you for the applause. I have a hard time when anybody says we can't achieve it, because even today as we're achieving what we're achieving, I can assure you that what's coming in the next 3 years of sophistication for global hospitality that will be demonstrated through our company, powered by our people, is going to be the next frontier of hospitality. But it comes with foresight, it comes with financial commitment, it comes with framework, it comes with preparing. So we are living in 2025 and 2026 today. All the decisions we're making today, you'll see the result then. And to go one step further, our organization last year made a commitment that we will build an independent hospitality school in my late father's name with the University of the West Indies and Florida International famed Chaplin School of Hospitality Management. This will be a standalone international university headquartered in Montego Bay, Jamaica, with an online open campus going right through the Caribbean, where practical training for the students will take place in Sandals resorts. And I have no doubt colleague partners like Palace and Couples and all the other great hotel chains in the Caribbean will hold hands with us, and we will train. Because the question I have for the audience and the media and everybody is, if not us, then who? Who plans to train our people for the future? And if those of us that have had the opportunity to get ahead a little bit because of our own exposures, we have a duty to hold the hand of the younger generation. And last point I'll make is we cannot live in our own generation. The generation Z and Y, millennials are old people these days. We've been talking about millennials for so long. They're old people married now with multiple children. We have to recognize that they think differently. We have to change our language to bring them in, and we must inspire them to come into the greatest industry, or else they won't come. They'll choose something else, but tourism is the best industry in the world, and put that on the record, please.
Thanks for that great investment, sir. And we mentioned earlier that Africa is rising. All of us saw during the pandemic the number of African Americans coming to our shores, those from the motherland coming in to Jamaica, weddings, big weddings, the culture being soaked up by people in our region. So I want to look at connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean.
Thank you so much. When we came here, I want to emphasize on the context of our relationship, Afro-Caribbean relationship. Minister, we did not come here with a basket to come and beg. We came here on our shared values to say, how do we connect the disconnected? Proudly African. When we look at prior, 2018, 2019, Africa was the fastest growing continent in terms of tourism, competing with Asia Pacific. These are great stories that are not told. but they've been filed in the United Nations archives. I want to challenge our media fraternity. Please tell a good story. We have so much to share. We have so much to explore. We are so excited and we want to cement this relationship. Yes, connectivity. We are working on it as Africans. When I came here, it's a nightmare. I don't even think of going back to Africa because I'm spending more days flying back home instead of enjoying and indulging myself in my motherland. So those are the issues that needs to be addressed. I know that we have quite a number of recovery mechanisms whereby most of the member states, it's all about synergy. All about synergy. We have Kenyan Airways, Ethiopian Airways, that has actually, they never stopped flying, even during the COVID-19. And we have never seen CNN reporting these success stories from Africa. So we need to work together. We need to collaborate and see how best we can sync so that as we are progressing with our recovery mechanism, let's make it happen. We want to see direct flies from here straight to Addis in Kenya. In Ethiopia. Yes, I'm glad that we have our leader here from the AU, yes, African Union, which is our mother body. So we need to work on our connectivity so that it becomes a seamless, working on the visas as well. I am so proud with Jamaica because I don't need a visa. But here I am, I'm flying, just connecting. In the UK, you are not allowed unless you produce a visa. And those visas cost a fortune. So we are saying tourism should be open. We know that in the past, it was crafted for a few segmented, communities. So as Africans, we are saying, COVID-19 has really made us wake up and realize our worth and start appreciating ourselves and say, how best can we do it? And we can do it. So together we are looking at cross-pollination with this great country of Jamaica so that we can share ideas, where there are avenues where we can work together and really drive the recovery processes. We need to do that. Let's support the young men, the minister, so energetic and hardworking. We are saying as Africans in Africa, it is our time to fly the flag of our great continent.
Good, thank you. Well, thank you so much, and we will definitely be doing that. We will be closing with the single rose on the panel. And I would like you to speak about the greening of the way forward as well, because we've spoken about several things, building out luxury, everything. I think we need to develop in a green and sustainable way as well.
Before I comment on that, I want to share a statistics that I got this morning from Forward Keys. The worldwide inbound travel in terms of 2019 recovery is still at minus 33%.
Wow.
For January. This is for January. The Caribbean is at minus 2%. Africa is at minus 9%, right behind the Caribbean. So the Caribbean for January is the fastest recovery. Africa is number 2.
Wow.
Number 3 is the Americas at minus 19, Europe at minus 25, and Asia at minus 55. So the African-Caribbean connection for this January month couldn't have been any stronger. So I think we need a round of applause for that one.
Thank you.
So it's already working, sir. So from a sustainability point of view, yes, it is critical. Travelers coming out of COVID, we all had the lockdown experience. People are more cognizant now of the environment, even more so. And sustainability has to be a part of our DNA going forward. We have always talked about sustainability, but I think, as I said, it cannot be something just talk. Now it has to be in policy, it has to be in everything we do from a private and a public sector point of view. Sustainable travel is on trend. People are wanting to come and incorporate themselves into different projects. You know, there are some islands now that are doing coral reef restoration. The CHTA just launched last June a coral reef restoration and management guide with the Nature Conservancy. But there are tours where you can come and plant coral and contribute towards that. Because we know in tourism, the thought is that we will lose up to 90% of our coral reefs if we don't do something about it. And so it's very critical that all of that factors into what we're doing. We have sargassum, which is something that has been troubling our region, coming out of Africa and into the Caribbean. So that's a joint effort that we both need to look at, the management of sargassum with climate change. In the Caribbean at CHT and with CTO, we have been doing stuff in terms of how do you utilize the sargassum. There are products that are being developed. There is biofuel in Barbados, for example. They're doing a project now to use sargassum with rum products to make biofuel. So that's a major change. So as we go forward, we can use various tools and techniques to ensure that tourism is sustainable, but also allow our visitors to be a part of the solution and to involve themselves in that process. I see Kyle at the back. You know, we do the turtles and ensuring that the turtles their nesting places are protected, and that is something you see throughout the region as well. So sustainability is crucial, and we have to ensure that we embed it, as I said, in our DNA as we move forward for the future of tourism.
Thank you very much, Nicola. And I just want to thank the panel. I personally believe that we have a very bright future with our future leaders, and I think we're going to be in good hands going forward, sustaining the growth and benefiting from all the lessons of COVID. Thank you very much for being part of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, whilst we wait for our next presenter to come on, which will be virtual, I would like to ask anyone in the audience if you have any questions for the panel. I'm going to ask the panel to remain after the pictures. He's back? Okay, good. Yes, I think our next. Do we have any quick questions for the panel? I can tell you, as a past employee of Sandals, I remember when Mr. Stewart, when Adam was a little 16-year-old boy, because Sandals' commitment to training and education. I was there in 1989, and that's where I got my bachelor's degree. So thank you, sir. And you know, I wondered where was Mr. Stewart when I was doing my doctorate. I'm doing it now, and I'm like, could he pay for it? No, I'm just kidding. No, but thank you for all our tourism operators. Thanks, everyone, for all you do to make tourism #1 in the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Yes. Very good point. We definitely need to improve connectivity to the Caribbean and to the continent of Africa. We now move right into our next presentation, which will be the Edmund Bartlett Lecture, and that is on the role of public-private partnerships in building tourism resilience. And this is a presentation by Mr. Quim Martinez. It is a virtual presentation, so I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the various monitors around the room. Mr. Quim Martinez.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Could you please confirm me that you listen me nice and clear?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much to the Minister Bartlett and Professor Lloyd Waller for providing me the opportunity to be here. Also, I would like to thank all the tourist ministers and their delegations and all the audience. Okay, I've prepared a specific content for this, let's say, not easy topic. Okay, so let's see if between all of us we can have some interesting insights. I would like to also apologize for not being here with all of you. It seems that you are having some fun with the previous panel, but for several reasons I couldn't travel this time. Part of my team is here with all of you, as far as I know, and we are planning to travel soon because we are already, we have recently signed a partnership with the GTRCMC, and we are planning to start working together soon to try to make possible the methodologies and theories that they are developing and creating. So I hope that I will be soon there. Being said that, one second. Yes, before starting, a quick introduction about Mastercard, because I think that everyone knows Mastercard, but sometimes it's quite unknown, more in the tourist sector. We consider ourselves a global technology company focused on payments, okay, with more than 2 billion cardholders around the world, billions of transactions every day, okay? But our mission is to connect and power an inclusive digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere, by making transactions safe, simple, smart, and accessible, okay? Being said that, inside Mastercard, we have a business unit specific for government engagement, and we are already partnering and working with public sector and governments around the world. We are working nowadays, and we have teams in more than 50 countries, and we are developing several projects around the world in terms of digitalization, cybersecurity, tourism, of course, SMEs, etc., etc. So it's something that is quite natural for us. Okay. I'm Kim Martinez. I'm leading the Global Tourism Innovation Hub, which is a new initiative that has been launched to develop the tourism around the world in a more sustainable and inclusive and also resilient way. So I'm happy to be here and happy to support you and try to solve any of the challenge that your country, your destinations might have nowadays or in the future. Let's go into the presentation, because somebody told me that you are quite hungry because it's time to lunch soon. So let's go there. First of all, it's not an easy topic. I mean, in fact, they are two topics, and each of them is not easy. They request me to talk about public-private partnerships, okay, collaboration, and also about resilience. So each topic could take me 2 hours of talking. So trying to be straight to the point, I have checked a couple of literatures regarding both topics, and I have checked a couple of, let's say, reference, at least for me. And of course, the first one, it was an easy one, okay? So I checked one of the books from Mr. Bartlett, and I like how easy and how he used this sentence to explain what should be resilience, or how he sees resilience in Jamaica. He said, it is about creating and capturing uncontested market space, thereby making the competition irrelevant. Important, don't misunderstand the sentence when, or at least how I understand the sentence, when he says competition, it's not about competing about ourselves. He's talking about the blue ocean strategy. So looking new markets, looking at the end, looking the innovation that will make us different and access to new possibilities and new opportunities in the tourism space. And I consider it really interesting. The second one, for talking about public and private collaboration, I've been checking some text from Mariana Mazzucato, the economist, okay? And she says, only by thinking big and differently can government create value. What one she says when she says thinking big? Let me read a couple of points that are behind that. The first one, she said, too often governments see themselves only as the facilitators of a market system and not as a co-creators of markets and wealth. The second thing she said is it's crucial to find metrics that favor investment and innovation in the long term. You see, innovation, okay? And also, Mariana has time to make some recommendations for the private sector, which is also important. She said the private sector can be transformed or should be transformed through the simple but profound act of substituting sometimes shareholder value for stakeholder value. So thinking and looking for the benefit and the profit of the society around the companies, okay? And she considers that doing these two things, which many others, the public and private collaboration will be meaningful, okay? So the final insight that I would like to highlight about these two topics is that at the end, the common point between resilience and public sector is innovation, okay? The public entities must see, as private usually see the short term, public must be the ones looking for the long term and promoting the long term investment. So the innovation needs long term investments, okay? And finally, we will not be resilient if we don't jump to the new market, as Mr. Bartlett was saying. So innovation is the common point of both topics. So I will try to explain how, from my point of view, we can be more resilient, innovating and collaborating between public and partner entities. Great. In Mastercard, we consider that there are today 8 main topics that make a destination much more resilient, okay? And these are the 8 topics that I will navigate today. In some cases, I will share some insights. In some cases, I will share with you some best practices we have seen around the world, some of them from Mastercard, but most of them not from Mastercard, from third parties, okay? And good examples about how innovation in these 8 topics can increase the resilience of a tourism destination. The first one, tourism strategy. Inside tourism strategy, we consider the offer and the value proposition of a destination. What a destination wants to be in the future. What they want to offer to the visitor, and also to, when I say visitor, I mean domestic and external visitor, okay? And here we have seen after the pandemic that some of the models that were really profitable and very useful or maybe useful now are not so attractive that they were before because the competition has increased a lot. Okay. Another thing that we have seen in Mastercard in one of our studies that we launch every semester is that at the end, for the first time since we have data, last year was the first time that people spend more in experiences than buying things when traveling. Okay, so it's a change of paradigm. Okay, it means that we like more to stay with people, stay having a restaurant or visiting things, experiencing things when we are traveling than buying souvenirs or presents or whatever. And this is linked to what I was saying before. I think it's important because the destination has to make a shift and change of mind and start evaluating their offer. Okay? In this case, I could mention many best practices from Spain, where several cities, like I think Malaga is with you, and in Malaga we have several good examples in sports and also culture and gastronomy, okay, but also around the world. I put here three references. The first one is in Georgia. In Georgia, before the pandemic, they decided that they want to promote the agrotourism and became one of the reference in agrotourism around the world. The government was working with private sector, okay, with SMEs, and in this case we support them in a small part of the project because the project was so big, and all together they created new experience. They train the farmers, they train the families, they convert these farms in accommodations. They have created a portal for promoting the destinations and also to book this experience. And now if you are traveling to Georgia, you can book any of these experiences directly from the portal of the government. Okay. The second one, the second one is well known in Turkey as a health destination. Okay, they are investing a lot and they are converting the main city, but also most of the country is a wellness and health destination. And the third one I would like to talk is about Mallorca, because at the end is where part of my family came from. Okay, and let me show you while I talk some images. Okay. Okay, so in Mallorca, several years ago, Mallorca is an island with a high seasonality. Okay, most of the attractions and most of the hotels are closed half of the year. Okay, and that was one of the main challenges. And since several years ago, again, the government with the private sector started investing in transforming the island in a perfect destination for sports in this case, okay, and cycling. It's a quite big island with some good moments, some good beaches, of course, and they have created a big contest. This one that you are seeing is one that is done, I think, in April, where more than 8,000 cyclists from around the world take a whole day for making around the island. But the best thing is that around this tourism, the Iceland has created a full business of SMEs, experts in repairing bicycles, renting bicycles, physiotherapists, food, dietist, etc. So at the end, it has been created a business, a network of business behind that now every person from Europe or from around the world can travel to there without bicycle, without staff, and find the best moment of the year, maybe December, January, February, out of the high season to practice their favorite sport. And it's an example of how an initiative that has been developed together with private and public sector is becoming a good solution for the challenge that they were having. Okay? Great. The second one topic I would like to talk, promotion and communication. I mean, I was talking before about the strategy. The strategy is very important, but if we don't reach the target audience, if we don't know which are the markets that we want to reach, and we don't access to that market, and we attract and capture the attention of these travelers, at the end we will not be resilient, because if we don't have this access, this communication access, the destination becomes really vulnerable, and this market can be attracted to another market. Okay, in this case, there are many cities that are cities and destinations who are investing a lot in several solutions. I mean, at the end, in this case, it's the public sector who starts developing a platform, digital platform, or a mobile app, okay, to promote the destination and access directly to the final customer. Moreover, there are some solutions that also and important, it's an investment of the public sector, but they open it later to the private sector. So they use it for promoting the destination, but also as a channel for the private sector to promote their hotels, their activities, their whatever, okay? So at the end, it's a bridge for reaching the target of the audience. These kind of solutions are increasing and are getting more complex. And the second evolution or the next generation of these solutions is to use digital marketing, okay? We are seeing several solutions in where some destinations are doing social listening and reputation listening of the origin market, okay? And as soon as I see that the target market I am interested are talking about one topic, okay, or one topic becomes popular, I can launch digital marketing directly through social network, through aggregators, OTAs, etc., in order to attract again the caption, the attention, sorry, of this market. Great. The third one topic that for us is really important is the new traveler. Okay, and this is one of the challenges that most of the destinations are facing nowadays. When we talk about the new traveler, we have two main topics behind that. The first one is digital. Okay, all of us are doing most of the travel journey digitally, since the research, the planning, and maybe not the traveling because it's not so easy, and most of the destinations are not digitalized yet, okay? But sooner or later, we would like to have all the information in our mobile phone and having access to all the activities and everything. So that's the first topic. And the second one of the new traveler is the purpose strategy oriented, or the purpose of the traveler. Each time we see more and more travelers that are worried about the footprint that they leave in the destination, about the social and economic impact they leave in the destination. And we recently, it's not published yet, but we made a study last month for Tour España, the Spanish marketing office or promoting office. And we have evaluated how much people is able to pay for a sustainable product than another product. And the results are positive. So we are seeing that people, most of the people, around 60-70% of the people, of the Europeans in this case, the survey was, they are able to pay more for that, okay? So in these cases, what many destinations are now, they have in their agenda, and some of them have started developing it, are digital solutions to digitalize the travel journey, but at the same moment, at the same time, okay, make sure that they involve the local communities and they promote the purpose of the destination, try to connect and align with the destination. In this case, I would like to show a project that city of Osaka, Japan has done. First of all, for breaking the barriers of the language for the travelers, that it's not easy sometimes to access to all the activities and places around the city. But secondly, to establish a communication channel directly with the visitor and try to digitalize all the full experience where they are in the city. If you don't mind, I will share this 1-minute video.
現代文化と文化遺産、そして世界に誇るストリートグルメが融合する街。そして今大阪はデジタルの革新的な力によって誰もがまるで地元の人々のような体験ができる特別な旅先になりました。楽しく簡単な大阪への旅をご紹介しましょう。旅前。大阪は中心部も郊外もここでしかできない特別な体験が満載。大阪観光アプリは出発前の準備や計画をサポートし、旅の可能性を広げます。旅中、通り一遍の観光名所では物足りない方にはスパコンが知る人ぞ知る地元で人気のお店をご紹介。最高のショッピングから驚くようなグルメまで、スパコンはあなた専属のローカルガイドです。 済。大阪の公共交通機関はタッチ決済で簡単乗車。アクティビティを事前予約しておけば行列に並ぶことなくスマホタッチや生体認証でスムーズな入場が可能です。旅跡、旅の思い出を振り返ったり友人と共有しましょう。スパコンサポーターとなって大阪での体験を他の観光客と共有しサプライズな特典をゲットしましょう。豊かな文化や地元のリアルな体験に浸り、あなただけの忘れられない大阪を見つけに来てください。
Okay, let's go for the fourth one. Another of the relevant topics that we like to discuss with our destinations is about business travel. We have seen that the business travel has already more or less recovered, okay, so faster essentially of what I was expecting, but at the same time we have seen some changes, okay. So if here in the two graphs we are comparing business traveling in the left from leisure travel, as you can see the business travel has less impact during the pandemic, okay, but the recovery for the long haul was a little slower than the leisure. But at the end, the good news, and this is what we are doing, is comparing against 2019. Okay, so now we are around the same levels in terms of long haul, and in domestic and medium haul we are we are over the figures that we have in 2019. But here what is relevant for me is that we have seen new trends. Okay, we have seen one important, which is the digital nomad, as you might know, which offers a new opportunity for the destinations, and also the hybrid working style, which it seems that is the one that it's going to stay longer in the future. Okay, working exclusively remote is decreasing. Okay, and on-site has been consolidated. So in this case, it's clear that the governments must define a new strategy for the business travel, because the context will be different, and work together with the private sector to provide new attractions or new services for these new business travelers. The example I would like to share with you is a project or an initiative, because it's under development, that the Gothenburg & Co. organization. Gothenburg is a city in the north in Sweden, okay, and they are working to develop a data platform mainly to evaluate the impact of any event that they are doing in the city, okay. When I say event, I mean congress, MICE, music, festivals, sports, etc., etc. The objective is to have the economic, social, and environmental impact of these events, and having the capability to monitorize this every year in order to optimize the organization, the planning, and also the commercialization of these events. Okay, in this case, the collaboration is mandatory. Why? Because the public sector is covering the development of the platform, but the data is a mix of data of several stakeholders. Of course, the spend data is from companies like us, but they are also monitoring, for example, accommodation. They are also monitoring arrivals, flights, and roads. They are monitoring IoT, okay, in the city in order to measure the CO2, the waste, the water, of course, the energy companies, etc., etc. Okay, so it's another example of involving all the community, not only the tourism private sector, okay, to make that possible. Let's go for the next one, safety and cybersecurity. As you might know, the cyber attacks in tourism industry are increasing. In fact, since we are monitoring these kind of things in Mastercard, our cyber team, last month in January, we identified the largest or the big amount of attacks in all the subsectors of the tourism industry. We have other reports that say that after financial sector, tourism is the industry most attacked by the cybercrime. Okay, so it's a topic that together with personal safety must be addressed in order to be a resilient destination, because the reputation impact that something like that can have is very huge for the brand of a destination. Here, I would like, in this case, the most easy for me is share what we are doing in Mastercard, because we are supporting several governments and to assist their SMEs, okay, and to measure the exposure of cyber and risk that they have. And in this case, to make you know that we are partnering with the UNWTO to launch a big project which pretends to digitalize the SMEs of around the world in many countries. And of course, cyber is one of the main pillars of this program. Okay, so if any of you is interested, I suggest you that you check this program in Digital Futures in the UNWTO webpage. Next one, maybe the biggest one, the resource management. After the last crisis that we are facing in the supply chain, we have seen like energy is increasing and increasing, and all the cost of the supply chain are increasing, and most of the P&Ls and the profit of our industry is in risk. So the destinations and the companies and mostly the SMEs have problems to have good results, so they are not resilient anymore. I will not go deep about this topic because it's so huge. We can talk about energy, we can talk about water, we can talk about food, local products, etc. Okay, and I'm sure that most of you and most of your countries have their own plan to be resilient in terms of sourcing. Okay, just I would like to share with you two experience that I like are interesting. I think they are interesting. The first one is that in Masai Mara, you can already make a tour, okay, in a lodge and a safari, which is 100% green, okay. And my comment here, when I say green, in terms of energy, CO2, water, okay, everything it's done locally, okay, or produced by themselves. And my message here is, if that's possible in Masai Mara, in a safari, where sometimes the safari takes long hours of driving during all the day, okay, it should be possible everywhere. Okay, it's true that it's the first test. I'm sure it's more expensive than other traditional experience, but I'm sure that it also provides another amazing experience. One of the guides told me, "Do you know which is the feeling of driving around Masai Mara and listen without listening the noise of the motor of the diesel car?" That's amazing, and that's a benefit of this kind of experience. Okay. The second one, it's one that it's close also to my region, and there is a hotel chain which I think has a good presence in your regions in some cases. that is changing the way of doing the things. They have created this program, which is Wave of Change, which has many topics. But one that I really like it is that it's a resort or hotel chain, okay, with buffet and all included packages if you want. But they have decided to have fresh fish in the buffet. And how do they that? They were talking with the local communities, they were talking with the regional governments in order to understand which kind of fish can be eaten and which is the best time for cooking or buying one type of fish or another. And they start working with the local communities and the local fishermen or fishers, sorry. Okay, so now they have a specific menu of fish depending on the season of the year. At the beginning, it was difficult because when we travel, we want lobster every day, okay? But they are changing the menus at the same time are changing the culture of the people, no? So it's a way of managing the resources locally and making everything much more, I would say, reasonable and sustainable. The next one, related with the previous one, is the impact of that we live in the destinations, and here I will try to be short because I think that we are going quite late. But just for your info, we are, in this case, it's one of our projects. We are working with Costa Rica, okay, and we launched 2 projects which allow any traveler to measure the CO2 footprint that they are leaving in the destination, and with 2 clicks compensate with the program Priceless Planet Coalition, which pretends to plant 100 million trees around the world. In this project, we have also, as the traveler is implementing an app for downloading an app for managing the balance for managing the carbon calculator and making the donations. We are working in a second phase of the project in order to create a marketplace that will allow the traveler to buy any local product, and this product, thanks to the partnership again of the government with the central bank and also with the post service of Costa Rica, the local products can be delivered where the traveler wants, in the hotel, in the airport, at home, etc., etc. No? So it's also a project of being more sustainable in terms of environmental, but also in social and economic, because the impact that you are living in the region should be better. Okay. And finally, super important, talent. Talent, as you might know, it was a problem before the pandemic, and after the pandemic, it just has increased because many of our workers has left to other sectors or other regions. Okay, and well, you can Google it, but there are many problems around the world. There were many problems last summer in the airports from hotel change with joining new people who was not prepared because there were not enough experienced people, etc., etc. No? And here, and just to finish, I would like to share one initiative which I really like it, which is a startup. It's not a startup; it's a tech company who has created a specific LinkedIn for tourism and hospitality sector. Okay, first of all, it's a portal where any hotel chain or any destination can publish their vacancies. Okay, or the job offers. But most important, these people are working with the government, are working with the destinations to promote the destination in this platform. So because it's not only about hiring people, it's about promoting your destination not only to the travelers but also to the workers. Okay, some of the destinations are working to make that possible. Okay. And being said that, I mean, I could be working 3 hours about those topics. And as I said, I hope to be soon with all of you and spend time face to face. Okay. But just a final comment where I suggest to all of you is try to take some time to evaluate yourself and your destination, your private company in all of those 8 topics. And if I miss any topic you consider important, I think that you can add it. Make an evaluation of how strong is your destination in these 8 topics, and that way you will find where you have to act to be more resilient in the future. Okay. So, being said that, thank you very much. I leave here my contact just in case anyone wants to contact me or need extra information. I don't know if there is any question. If not, I will leave you with a video for ending the session.
The tourism sector is recovering, and cross-border travel has bounced back. Now, tourism officials must refine their destination strategy to address new challenges, and they need to develop responsible tourism, maximizing the traveler experience while ensuring the sustainability of the tourism value chain. That's why Mastercard created the Tourism Innovation Hub, a center for developing and implementing solutions to meet the needs of governments, businesses, local communities, and travelers. With our global network, trusted partners, and technology, Mastercard is supporting a more sustainable, digital, and inclusive tourism sector. The Tourism Innovation Hub leverages data insights from 1 billion transactions a day, processed by the Mastercard Global Network. Destinations can harness that data and adapt their decision-making in real time. We enable destinations to facilitate priceless experiences and offers for travelers, driving customer loyalty while also attracting new visitors through targeted campaigns. In partnership with public sector agencies, we innovate, research, and co-create solutions across the tourism ecosystem. The Tourism Innovation Hub enables tourism for good. We put people and places at the heart of everything we do, supporting local enterprises and building a sustainable legacy of inclusive economic prosperity. Join us to build a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive tourism sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quim Martinez. Do we have any questions for Quim before he goes, or before we break for the afternoon session? No questions? All right. We'd like to thank you. Thank you once again, Quim, for showing us the power of big data and the information that that we can get from that. So thank you very much. We're now going to be breaking for lunch. Lunch is served downstairs, and we will resume promptly at 1:30. I know we're a little behind time. We're trying to play some catch up. So yes. So we now break for lunch. See you for the afternoon session after lunch. Do enjoy. afternoon session of today's proceedings. A special welcome to our Minister, Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda, who is Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Thank you for joining us, Minister. I will now invite our moderator, Mrs. Aradhana.
No, you were right the first time around.
Yeah? Aradhana. Mrs. Aradhana Koala, Chief Executive Officer, Aptamid Partners, who will be the moderator for this session entitled Communication Crisis for Tourism Resilience. Madam, thank you.
Thanks, Omar.
You're welcome.
I'm kind of getting good at this, right? The graveyard shift, as they say, post-lunch, bring her on. I hope you've eaten. Now, given you've had your food, here's a food for thought. In the last 50 years, we have had more than 11,000 reported natural disasters globally. That's resulted in 2 million deaths and $3.64 trillion of losses. In other words, we've had a disaster related to weather, climate, or water hazard every single day for the last 50 years, killing 115 people and costing $202 million losses every single day. No kidding. Think about it. The minister from Haiti is gone. Haiti, 2010 earthquake. 2004 tsunami in the Indian Ocean, 2005 Hurricane Katrina, 2005 earthquake in Pakistan, Sichuan earthquake, China, 2008, Indian heat wave in 2016, Hurricane Maria, 2017 in the Dominican Republic, the European heat wave in 2019, South Asian floods of 2020, Haiti earthquake of 2021, 2022 heat waves in Europe, which killed 5 times more people than they did in 2020, and the current earthquake in Syria and Turkey. We know the death toll is 40,000, but it's closer to 100,000, or so we are told. The number of disasters have increased by a factor of 5 over the last 50-year period. But the number of deaths have decreased almost threefold. The statistics show that we are actually doing better, but we need to do more. And if there is one thing that is key to saving more lives, it is effective crisis communication. Strategic and timely communication during a crisis that can stabilize and advance the destination by inspiring confidence, building trust, and engaging all kinds of stakeholders. Clear, consistent communication. So how can we communicate with trust and competence? Ladies and gentlemen, thank the Lord, because this is exactly what he meant by saving the best for the last. Well, not really the last, but nearly the last. Please welcome a stellar panel that we have, starting with Mr. Hayato Nakamura, Policy Advisor on Comprehensive Disaster Risk Reduction, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Mr. Ronald Jackson, Head of Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery, UNDP, Mr. Masato Takamatsu, President of Tourism Resilience Japan, Tokyo, and last but not the least, Senator Honorable Matthew Samuda from Jamaica. Welcome. Let's kickstart the panel, because I know Senator has to leave in 30 minutes. And if I may start with you, Senator, but I would love all of you to answer this. If you had to pick one, just one, enemy number one, when it comes to effective crisis communication, what would it be?
The primary enemy that we face to effective communication is the lack of planning. You outlined a pretty impressive case for the need for deep, entrenched planning in expectation of disasters, because they are now certain. They're not a possibility, they're a certainty. So governments and private sector have to work very closely together to be able to communicate with its people, to ensure that the plans that they have for eventualities are indeed in the hands of all those who must muster support during and immediately after these disasters, to ensure that the loss of life is at a minimum and the impact to infrastructure is also minimized.
1 minute answer, please. Enemy number one, effective.
All right. It's a lack of preparedness, to pick up on the minister's words, for timely and effective crisis communication. Just everyone here, just imagine you are the hotelier and you hear that there is a Category 4 hurricane making landfall in 24 hours. What would you do? What would you communicate to your clients, to the market? Do you have any words, sentences in mind? Maybe not. So that's the preparedness. So in the occurrence of the crisis, you don't have time or you don't have enough information to disseminate accurate and timely communication. So be prepared is number one thing.
I agree. Check. I agree with everything that's said, but I will perhaps put a bit of a wild card in there. And I think you have technology for good and technology for bad. So I would add social media, simply because of the speed at which you can disseminate misinformation.
That's interesting. I'm going to come back on this because you're saying enemy number one is social media.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure it can be a friend too, but I'll pick up on that.
It can be a friend, which is why I said, you have technology, it can be disruptive, it can be for good, it can also be for bad.
Got it.
The speed at which it takes misinformation is exponential. So it's hard to get ahead of that, even if you're prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As a part of the development agency of Japan, and it's not my opinion, but it's more like a globally system, because UN said like early warning system is very, very important. But I'm looking forward to share Japanese experience with you and for further discussion. Thank
That's brilliant. Planning, preparedness, social media, and an early warning system. I'm going to pick up on Masato-san. And also, I'd love to hear a perspective from both of you about Japan, because I want to go back to what Senator said. Not having a plan is the biggest mistake any destination can make. And it's interesting to note how far and few destinations actually have a plan and a manual, so to speak. This is how you should be reacting. This is who will be called. This is the order of the proceedings. And if I could think of an exception, I would say Japan does it really well when even a school child seems to know what they need to do, at least when it comes to an earthquake and tsunami. I would love to know and pick your brains on what does Japan do well and what can we learn? What can the rest of the world learn from Japan?
Okay. I can give you one of the examples, good case of the crisis communication when they experienced the major earthquake in 2016 in Kyushu district. And there are two provinces, we call it prefectures, that are heavily affected by the earthquake. And one of them, Oita Prefecture, did a great job in communication, especially for the tourism resilience. That is, that 2 days after the earthquake, the first earthquake, they already had the list of the major tourism service provider, including hotels or theme parks, attractions, and other services, and with all the operation status, such as it's open as usual, or open but have limited operation, or closed. And when it's closed, when do they assume to reopen? So that really helped this district to recover from the impact of the tourism. I mean, from the earthquake, especially from the perception crisis by the consumers.
Very, very useful. What would you say is the secret of Japan's success?
It's not success also. I mean, we are having challenges every time. Japan has one of the oldest disaster law since 1961. But early warning system, it started 1951 with the Radio Act by putting the frequency for emergency broadcasting. But even having those kind of law and we are operating for 17 years, we try to see precisely about the wording and the expression so that the media people here is one of the stakeholders so that we don't, of course, the information from the special agency, scientific agency is very, very important, but we have to see the perception of the people. And we frequently got a lot of feedback recently from the private sector because just a word is very, very sensitive for businesses. So that we are still working a lot on those kind of matters. So that when saying like an early warning system, and the Secretary General said that it's equipment, technology, yes. But ultimately, it's the people. And so that in case of the tourism, regional tourism, so that feedback from the tourism sector is very, very important. So that we are still challenging and struggling. So that's the situation in Japan.
Thank you. Senator, if I can bring you in at this point in time. We have tons of evidence which shows that in terms of a crisis, if the public perceives a lack of trust, empathy, objectivity, or sincerity in the crisis response, the result actually breeds more fear and distrust. Conversely, when the public senses that it's actually being done from a right place, they are a lot more forgiving. My question is, and I want to bring you in because when Ron was speaking, I saw you nod your head vigorously. How do you deal with misinformation and rumors in a crisis?
And thank you for that question. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think we would all know that misinformation is a pandemic of its own. It is a crisis and it is threatening the institutions that hold up all of our states, and that goes without saying. Now, countries, certainly within their domestic management of their affairs, have to pay particular attention to building of trust. It's the pillar on which you deal with all crises that you face. But one thing that I'd like to introduce, slightly veering off from where you asked, is something I've heard Minister Bartlett mention on many occasions. It's really around destination assurance. Mm-hmm. But it's also assurance to your citizens that you will provide for them in their greatest time of need, that the social services will not collapse, and where there are issues and errors, you will move swiftly to deal with them. Now, that's the same, it goes the same for your guests, it goes the same for your citizens. If people are assured that you will do what is necessary, the systems will not collapse around them, and where there are issues, you will intervene quickly to have them fixed. You will be able to build the credibility to deal with misinformation that comes and is spread like wildfire. Now, you also have to prepare for it. Mm-hmm. It's just like a hurricane. We know hurricanes come. We know floods come. We know droughts come. We also in this room have to know that misinformation will come. So we have to develop our channels of communication to push back rapidly to ensure that people are comfortable and that they have accurate sources of information to draw from.
Fantastic. I'll bring you in, Ron. I was going to ask also, because Senator mentioned COVID, and this is a quote from the WHO during COVID, who said, we're not just fighting an epidemic, we're actually fighting an infodemic. Yes, yes. So do you agree, and what is the recourse? How do we deal with something like that?
It is true, and one of the biggest challenge I think we face globally is the fact that we don't communicate in a common risk language. So as we talk about, and I agree with everything that the Senator said, but I believe good crisis communication to build resilience doesn't start at the onset of a crisis. It has to start long before that. And building trust, confidence, and credibility and authenticity requires educating your populace on what risk is. And I'll give you a prime example. A lot of people use the term natural disasters. There are no natural disasters. Using the term natural disasters actually tricks the mind into thinking it is an act of God and we have no control.
Yes.
So we have to begin to educate the population very early about the fact that we do have control. I use a very simple formula. R equals H times V over C. And H is hazard, which we have very little control over. I mean, you can modify some of it. V is vulnerability. That's something we create. That's something we can control. And capacity is something we can also control because that's training, knowledge, preparedness. So if we improve those variables, R, which is the probability, becomes lower.
Yeah.
And that's a simple way of messaging to our population so they understand, they trust. We explain to them what are the types of hazards. And in fact, COVID, we knew about pandemics long before.
Yes.
We knew about biologic risk. So we have to be talking to our population early on about these issues, what they mean, what they can result in, so that when the crisis happens, they already are aware. They already trust that you are giving them the message. They know you're authentic, and they will follow what you have to say.
Great. I know all four of you mentioned about social media and new technologies being game changers. And it's actually transformed dramatically the landscape of crisis communication. Responsible use of social media can have a very positive effect, and in fact, mitigating effects on dealing with a crisis and minimizing impact too. I would love all four of you to comment on what are some really good best practices or must-do benchmark practices that we can learn from, or everyone should emulate in their destinations, countries, wherever. And we start from there.
That's a bit difficult question because, I mean, I am from the more like a public sector. But meanwhile, I mentioned about the media, not social media. Of course, back in Japan, there's a social media as well. But it is important that the credible information coming from the public sector is also very, very important. And also, so far, the session, many sessions mentioned about the education. Of course, and Director Jackson also mentioned the education. But we also think that the information for non-educated people, because for tourism, are there anyone who wants to be educated? During the tourism time or session, or if you're in the tour sightsees, you don't want to be educated, right? So that what we are trying to do is that, based upon the experience, and try to see how they behave, and try to control the message, so that not only the science of like a technology like a geoscience or whatever, but we have to also need to see research on the behavior of the people. So that's what I can share.
Excellent. I'll probably come back and ask how you would want to manage the beast of the media as well at some point. But Ron, let's have you speak of an example where it all went wrong.
Oh my goodness, there are so many different examples where it went wrong. But I think but before I talk about where it goes wrong, I think it's important that even when we're looking at building a resilient destination, we have to recognize that the community of travelers, the stakeholders in your country, in the private sector, we're far more sophisticated now. You know, we understand terms, resilience, risk. So it's about creating portals or points of contact where the public can engage with key figures on these issues and to seek out and receive the necessary information that will allow them to build that trust and confidence. where it has gone wrong. I mean, COVID is a prime example. You know, where governance is weak, there is weak communication. And therefore, the sort of negative outcomes around the management of the event manifest itself, right? And so there are a number of examples. I don't want to single out any particular country and their government for how they may have managed that. I think we all watched online in front of our screens where we saw some of this. So it's about communicating risk well. And where that didn't happen, certainly you saw that the population struggled to be able to cope with the challenges that the event was bringing onto them. You know, challenges related to the social issues. Yeah. So we start out by communicating COVID as a health issue, but quite rapidly it moved from a health issue to a social issue to an economic issue to a security issue, right? With cascading elements, you know, with issues impacting the supply chain. So we have to ensure that as a government or as a commander, crisis commander, we are indeed communicating all of these different strands very early on so the population gets a sense of what's going on. And there were many cases where this didn't happen, and there were cases in the Caribbean where this did happen. So kudos to the Caribbean, some of the Caribbean community where they did very well in terms of messaging, both in terms of their tourism product, you know, their partners in air travel and sea travel, as well as their citizenry.
Great. Let's have you comment very quickly on social media, and perhaps all of you would want to take a stab at naming a country, a destination who have actually done it well. Like Ron said, the Caribbean, kudos to the Caribbean.
Okay. I have two examples of very effective use of that social media for the tourism sector. And one is the case of the flood in Queensland, which was in 2010 or something. And they made a very good use of the social media. And that is that when the state government issued the emergency alert to the visitors in English. Of course, it's in Australia. They disseminate all the information in English. And when the residents in Australia with the different background, origin, they translated that information voluntarily into their own languages, such as Chinese, Japanese, Korean, whatever, so that the visitors in that state who happen to be there could understand what's going on and what they should do. And that's one case. Excellent. Another case is post-disaster recovery using social media. And that is that after the major disaster, there is a perception crisis, sort of. And the visitors or potential visitors, they are very reluctant to visit that, affected destinations, and that they may decide to postpone or cancel their trip. But there are some people who actually visited after the recovery, and they experienced the tourism attraction and everything, and they posted what they experienced in there.
Which location are you talking about now? Who did it well?
Well, let's get back to that Kyushu area. And after the disaster, the actual visitors after the disaster found that the destination is back to normal. So they posted their impression, how they enjoy the destination already, and there's no fear with their pictures, with the smiles. And that had a great effect, much larger than the official information about it's back to normal, because the people tend to think that the government, a local government or tourist board, when they, try to communicate the market that the destination is already safe, but they might think that, oh wow, they just
propaganda.
Want to, right? But when they see the post of the ordinary people visiting that destination, saying we are enjoying now, no fear, no problem, that has.
Real
Great
people, real stories.
I can give a shout
more
out.
credibility.
Yes.
I can
Let
give
me
a
come
shout
to the Senator, and then I'll come back to you, Ron. Senator, your examples. First of all, a quick commentary on social media, a boon or a bane, and who's doing it well? Any standout examples of destinations who have really done a good job? Because there's much to be learned from the rest of the world.
You know, social media is a conduit like none we've ever seen before. It's a pipeline to connect you to the rest of the world. It's really how you use the messaging platform and how you plug into the different parts of the network to ensure that you have the greatest access. You use it well, it'll benefit you. You don't use it well, it'll hurt you. Social media is evolving every single day, and I think countries have to pay particular attention to it, especially as it reflects on how it deals with its visitors, its potential investors, and certainly all of its external relationships, and especially even its own diaspora, as they tend to, especially in the Caribbean context, become your greatest brand ambassadors. So they have to have access to the information, and you have to engage them through this medium. And I think that, so I see it more of as a positive than a negative. I think if it's not used well, it ends up as a negative. In terms of countries that have done well, obviously I'd have greater exposure to the Caribbean and would have seen far closer what the Caribbean would have done in recent crises. One space I'd like to acknowledge is the Bahamas in their management of recent hurricanes. In Jamaica, we have a saying that says the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The greatest endorsement of your crisis management is if persons who were visiting you during a crisis come back. Mm-hmm. There can be no greater endorsement of how you managed a crisis. So, you know, similarly, I certainly acknowledge the government of Bahamas, their management from their recent hurricanes, as I've seen significant and heavy return numbers. But beyond that, also, you know, we also have another saying, pass and christening pick me first. Also acknowledge the Jamaican team. Certainly in the experience that I would have seen coming out of the reopening of our borders. While there was great apprehension
I should have had a caveat there. You can't name your own country.
A little late.
Ron, you have to come up with another one. I mean, you're originally from here, so that doesn't count.
So just to say though, coming out of COVID, one of the best examples of communication with prospective customers, with current customers, was how Jamaica managed its engagement with all of its stakeholders, updating on the constantly evolving situation and ensuring that those who were here as guests, those who wanted to come here as guests, and those who lived here always had the information. I think that's a very good example of crisis communication. And it was because the teams came together. There was a very strong public-private partnership.
Excellent. Ron, very quick intervention.
You want to give a shout out.
Okay.
Give a shout out to Barbados, to Jamaica as well. And,
now you pick your neighbor.
and of course, and to the Bahamas. I think, you know, those are three standout in terms of how they engage the wider stakeholder on the issue, but also the public on a whole. So those would be my pick. I won't talk about those who didn't do it well, but I will talk about those who did.
Would you have any examples of destinations from your experience who have really done a standout job?
Actually, before coming in this region, I was in Asia, Myanmar and the Philippines. Myanmar is before coup, so I have seen the various example in the diplomatic democratic environment, and the Philippines, because they got a lot of disasters so far, and even though after I left there, but 2020, based upon the various experience of the flood, and even during the COVID-19 situation, but they behaved very well, and they actually the degree of the calamity or whatever, it's very, very good, even though the Manila, the mega city, it has many thousand people there, but there's no casualty at the time.
I want to ask all four of you, you know, every country in the world wants tourists, but very few invest in building tools to protect tourists specifically, especially when it comes to a national emergency. A lot of what you have in place, be it task forces or plans, they're for the local population. then Senator, you get the question before you have to scoot off. But they don't include tourists. And in fact, as a visitor, you're stuck in a country often where you don't speak the language, you don't have any recourse, the information is not really meant for you. If you want X million visitors as a country, is it not your responsibility to really look after your visitors just as much as you look after your own?
I think it absolutely is. I mean, when you go to certainly many of our hotel properties in Jamaica, they say, welcome home. You can't say it and not mean it. And if you mean it, you have to demonstrate such. You have to ensure that the crisis response is in place for those who you have accepted the responsibility of taking care of while they're with you. Yeah. And that has to be not just in good times, but in bad times. It's why one of the comments earlier about building capacities is 100% within our control. You can't have security systems that are on the brink. You can't have health systems that are inadequate. You do have to build these systems, certainly for your citizens because it's theirs, but you have to build sufficient capacity that you're able to deal with those who you invite to your shores. It's the only way you're going to build the credibility that they will come, especially in growing uncertainty as we're seeing globally.
Excellent. Senator, I know you need to go. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you. I'll come this side. And I'd love to have your views on what should destinations be really doing for the visitors. Are they forgotten by the national governments when disaster strikes?
Okay. Oops. The two things to be done need to be done. One is the ensure the safety and security of the visitors when they on site of the disaster, and also there's a big difference between the visitors and the residents who experienced a major disaster at a place. The visitors want to go home as quickly as possible, whereas the residents want to, remain there and get back to the normal life. So unlike the resident, the disaster measures for the residents, we have to add something for the visitors to help them get back, earlier as possible, and also they need communication, especially information, especially about the access back home. Mm-hmm. So two things: ensure, help them return home as quick as possible, plus provide kind of information they want, not just for the residents, but something that the visitors who experience disaster crisis want to know about.
Excellent, thank you, Ron.
It's a complex issue. It's not as simple, and I've seen certainly in context where, in the face of an advancing storm, there's collaboration between countries. For example, while I was back here, we had collaborated with the Cayman Islands for moving, or it was Turks and Caicos, moving visitors from a threatened island here to Jamaica into some of our resorts. So it requires that sort of cross-border collaboration between, the Tourist Board of Jamaica or the Ministry of Tourism of Jamaica and the other ministries of tourism, perhaps through the leadership of the CTO. But there are also, as we get more into community-style tourism, the question then is, how do we ensure that our citizens who are hosting are able to create a kind of resilient environment where the guest feels comfortable and feels, able to ride out the event with the host family, right? Because you do have situations such as those. So, and then you now look at the issue around where you may want to, with the best intent, move people back home, but you can't.
Yes.
Because the ports, your airport facilities are down.
Right.
And then this now brings us into the sort of broader coordination at the regional level around how we work with our military, with international militaries of the the countries where some of these visitors are from, to look at how you can bring infrastructure back up in time to be able to airlift people for those who want to go home. And then there are those who want to stay. For example, in my past, I've driven down to the coast after an event here, and we saw visitors working with the hotel they were staying at to clear up, remove debris, because they feel a part of that community. And this is what I'm saying about how do you build credibility and trust, is to really message to your visitor, your marketplace, that you have the means to be open for business quickly. This is a space where you want to, to come back to, where you feel at home, and you are now, enlisting in support of the journey towards recovery, to rehabilitation and recovery. So it's complex, a little bit more nuances, but we don't have time to dive into it a little bit.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah.
Your comment.
No, actually, I totally agree with two gentlemen here, and it's complex, but also we have to care about the visitors. And as a disaster officer on my side, so that we have to be ready that no visitor can understand the disaster situation or hazard situation at your locality. For example, today it seems like there's an earthquake in Antigua Barbuda, but it's really baby for us, baby for Takamatsu-san, because we shake a lot. And after coming here, I live in Barbados, actually.
What was it on the Richter scale?
4 point something. Also.
That's right. Baby for you.
Baby, right? And after coming here in Caribbean region, I live in Barbados. And we have an office, JICA office in St. Lucia. And St. Lucia office sent me the flood situation. Now, the rainfall, it's not so much, but the situation at the road is disastrous because of the drainage. And the visitors can't be ready for those kind of things. If it's Japanese, or any other American people or some other peoples. So that it is very important, of course, the disaster officers and also the hoteliers or many other stakeholders to understand that this is not normal for the visitors. So that's a basic idea for the preparedness for the crisis communication.
I want to ask about ownership, because Ron, you and I were speaking at lunch, and this is a tricky one. When there is a disaster, who is really responsible? And what do you do if there is a clear lack of ownership?
So that's also a question that requires some deep explanation, but we don't have time. I think it's shared ownership across all the different stakeholders. I think oftentimes we look to government, but that's only one part of the equation, right? Yes. The government needs to provide, and particularly at the local government level, provide the sort of access to support, right? And we can get into different tiers in terms of social protection access. We can get into tiers around how you utilize, government assets to help people relocate, get to shelters. But the citizens, ownership starts with self, right? And we as individuals, this is why I talked about good crisis communication starts much, much early on. And my good colleagues from Japan are very modest because they educate from the babies. I recall traveling there, and I saw these tiny little children with green, yellow, orange helmets walking along the street. And I asked what was going on, and the children were being educated to understand risk, to know risk, right? And that's where it starts, because by knowing and understanding, you take and make responsible decisions and choices. A lot of the challenges we're facing is because we make irresponsible choices and decisions. We can't prevent everything, but we can reduce the scale and scope of the outcome. So it's all of us. Yeah? There's a bit of responsibility across the entire chain.
But sure, there is a chain. There has to be some kind of a chain,
There's a chain
of ownership.
It's a little bit more nuanced to get into, because, for example, risk. The private sector holds the largest portion of the risk. So one would say they are responsible to be able to take the necessary steps to reduce the risk and the exposure. Some of that risk and exposure is transferred onto the host community.
Right.
So I can get into it, but it's a lot more complex, but there is a ownership across all stakeholder groups.
Through the value chain is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And perhaps I should ask you, it might not be an example valid from a Japan perspective, but what if political interests prevent effective crisis communication or its management? How would you deal with it?
Quite difficult. And if you say responsibility, and if you work with the government officials of the counterpart countries, responsibility is one of the hate words, I believe, right? I think every government official can agree with me looking at this. Of course, I mean, we try to see the accountability, responsibility is very, very important. And, but ultimately, so that it's a matter for the area or community you mentioned, but it's more like just a destination in the world of the tourism. And if we don't work together, or if there are no governance to work together to share the responsibility amongst the community, it will be quite disastrous outcome in the future after the disaster. Case also that's my view on that.
Okay, I think we're running out of time. I want to ask two quick questions. First of all three, if you can tell us, when there is a crisis, when there is a disaster, how does one protect the national brand and the image of a destination? Because that, how a brand as the country reacts in the middle of a crisis can be game-changing. So any tips? How can we protect the brand?
Okay, maybe the first thing is the disseminate accurate information about what's going on, timely, as quick as possible and as accurate as possible. And number two is take good care of the visitors who happen to be there, because they are the testimony. You know, they testify what they have experienced during the disaster, and if they are treated well and with care and respect, and when they come back to their own country, they maybe tell us other people that, well, it was unlucky that I experienced the disaster in such and such country, but I'm very happy that I was treated so well, and I really want to come back. So that, well,
excellent.
Really brand build a brand. Yes,
yeah. Brilliant. Ron.
He's made my job easier. Communicate early.
Yes.
Often.
Yes.
And with the facts. Right?
So
with the facts, be accurate, establish command and control early.
Mm-hmm.
Send a message of confidence.
Right.
That even though you are in crisis, the curve is shortened because you are on top of it, even if you are not.
Yes, it's about perception.
It's about perception. And
fact is fact, perception is reality, as they say.
Absolutely. Speak it
Your
into
comments.
It's not one word, but two words, but reputation management, which is very, very important for the crisis communication for tourism resiliency, which is lacked totally for the disaster management in general. But reputation management is very, very important for thinking about the tourism.
Fantastic. We have time for one last question, so we'll start from there, end here. In 30 seconds, one comment on what you think we can do to move away from passive steps to something which is actionable, either helps with crisis communication or with preparation for it. One step.
Make a mechanism for governance, having a private and public partnership.
Okay.
It's a tough one. One step.
Actionable.
One actionable. No, I would set
I
up
need to make it quick.
I would set up a preparedness academy, a national preparedness academy, and I could go into details around that. But that's an actionable step that enlists all of the citizens and the state into some of the things they can do better.
Like this resilience center here, which is exactly the purpose that it's serving.
Absolutely.
Okay, I would say predict, prepare, manage, and plus you need to really train and drill. Unless you drill, you cannot do anything.
It's like the kids, teach them.
Right, right, absolutely.
Quick question, go on.
Yes, I'm just wondering, so you've emphasized the importance of effective communication, and I'm wondering, what are the actual channels of communication that you use to disseminate that information, whether to hotels and down to visitors? Is there a kind of centralized app that sends out alerts? Is that something that tourists should be downloading before they come to your destinations? I would just love to know, we talk a lot about making it really evident what's going on, but how do you actually do that? Thanks.
There are
In Japan, there is.
Actually, the private sector, so the Takamasa knows more than me. But for the public sector side, so that I said that there's a radio, starting from the radio law, so that there is already a system. Of course, it's not covered 100%. And the public broadcasting system, so the GIS, is also a very important partner in this country.
I believe in the app system, and some countries in the Caribbean do have it, others don't. It's certainly something we've been pushing for quite some time, to have that as a go-to. I said you needed multiple channels. That's one of the the sort of channels you need to have so that visitors can immediately access information, where your shelters are, what to do, who are the people that you need to speak to. It also lends to the credibility of the voice, right? Because the other thing you do is you push messages on your social media channels. If you are the crisis commander, you're already talking to people. You can also direct messages, direct people to get messages there. Yeah.
And from private sector point of view, the best channel is in person. For example, in a hotel, from hotel staff, using the board, or some of the message board, or even the explanation by the oral communication would be best one. And also another thing to add to that is that you need interpretation. It's not just the information disseminated from the government agency or methodological agency, but try to translate it and interpret it to the visitors' languages, not only the
host country,
the natural languages, but the try to translate it into action, what they should do. Not just there's a huge hurricane coming, but you need to do this and that to protect yourself.
I think we'll have to stop at that, ladies and gentlemen. From U.S. relations with China to war in Russia, Iran, to issues like the debt ceiling, police violence, or now the floating balloons, there will be no shortage of media headlines for us to keep track of in 2023. There will be topics that will make breaking news today, but they will be forgotten just as quickly tomorrow. And yes, you can mute your news feed on what's happening in Turkey or Syria, but these are challenges that will define our reality and our legacy as human beings. And this is why I think above everything else, I would love to thank Minister Bartlett, who's unfortunately not here, and the Global Resilience Center, GTRCMC, for conceiving and executing this disruptive gathering, because what's happening in Syria is going to happen again. And it is critical not just to exchange on these issues, but really actively build resilience into the future in every country, in every part of the world. Thank you to my wonderful panelists. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And thank you for being part of this gathering. I thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's hear it one more time for the panel that we had here. Very very informative panel discussing communications and how we deal with communications in time of crisis. So thanks again, Mrs. Aradhna Kawala. You see, I get it now, Aradhna? Yeah. The Chief Executive Officer of Abtamind Partners. We have thanks again to Mr. Hayato Nakamura, Mr. Ronald Jackson, Mr. Masato Takamatsu, and Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda. We now move into the next session, which is Leaders in Resilience. And I'll be inviting our moderator, Miss Debbie Flynn, a managing partner of Finn Partners, to come on the stage. Miss Flynn. Flynn. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have the pleasure of the last slot, but this will be an action slot, so I hope you're going to enjoy it. My name is Debbie Flynn. I am the Global Travel Practice Leader and Managing Partner for Travel at Finn Partners, a global marketing communications agency. And I would like to begin by inviting my in-person panelists to come up to the stage. Omar and Ibrahim, if you would like to join me. And I'm going to sit down with you so that we can make this a little bit more relaxed. Ibrahim. Can you check this mic's working? Hello? Better? Great. And we should have Lee Miles from London, live link. Is he coming? Hello, Lee. Are you coming in?
Hello there. Hi.
Ah, great. We can't see you.
I can see you, Debbie.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully everyone can fix that. So I am proud to represent not just Finn Partners today, but also the Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council, of which I'm very proud to be affiliated with. As you may know, the Council has been identifying and sharing thought leadership on resilience since 2016, lending guidance and fostering partnerships globally to increase travel and destination confidence through preparedness. You've heard a lot about resilience today in the last 2 days. This session is designed as a real practical conclusion to all that you have heard so that you can pull together the learnings and take away some tools for the future from these leaders in resilience. So my esteemed panel, let me do some introductions. Professor Lee Miles, who I'm hoping we might actually see on the screen soon, is a professor of crisis and disaster management at Bournemouth University Disaster Management Centre. He's also the Deputy Dean of the Bournemouth University Business School. He's one of the definitive academics on resilience in the world. His guidance and training is sought by governments in every continent. He's a renowned lecturer, author, and distinguished scholar. And Lee has helped shape many tourism policies that have saved millions of lives and paved the way for successful, resilient communities who in turn thrive through tourism. He's also one of the original board members of the GTRCMC right from the beginning. So it's really good to have Lee here. To my far right, I have Ibrahim Oster, who is the director of Commonics, based between Washington and Bosnia-Herzegovina. He is an international economic development expert. He's based in Sarajevo, between Sarajevo and Washington right now, aren't you, Ibrahim? And has experiences in international trade and investment promotion, youth entrepreneurship, and tourism development. He's managed international development projects exceeding $140 million in donor financing, with additional $250 million in leveraged funds from public, private, and international institutions. And he will be talking to you about his experiences in both Jordan and Bosnia. And to my right here, I have Omar Banihani, who is the marketing director for the Jordan Tourism Board for North America. He is also based in Washington. He's got a BA in Advertising and Communications from Brigham Young University and a master's degree in tourism administration from George Washington University, and specializes in leveraging channels to create tourism opportunities that benefit visitors and local communities alike. And I think you'll see from my descriptions of all three of them in their case studies how brilliant they are. So Lee will be kicking off with what makes a destination resilient and how you engage all key stakeholders. This session is all about the practical perspectives of being a leader in resilience. We'll hear then some inspiring examples of leadership from both Ibrahim and Omar from their own personal experiences, actually living these case studies they will share. So Lee, let's start from the top. Talk to us about how being a leader in resilience really can drive change and can have a massive impact on tourism. Okay, let me move the slides along. Right. I've got the clicker, yes, excuse me. Here we are. Okay, Lee, over to you. Have we lost Lee? Anybody from tech that can tell us where Lee might be?
Hello, Debbie, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we've got you. Great.
Would you like me to start?
Yes, please. We've got your first slide up. Can you see?
Thank you very much for that very, very kind introduction, I have to say. That's quite an introduction to live up to, so thank you very much. And firstly, of course, as always, can I wish you a happy Global Tourism Resilience Day and congratulate you and the Centre and the Minister for the success in achieving an excellent conference, and of course also for the Resilience Council for organising this session. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I've been asked really to start this session off really by sort of outlining a couple of central themes about when we look at the ideas of, if you like, leaders' resilience, and really we're looking at really the practical elements. And okay, we talk a lot about resilience, we talk a lot about tourism, but how do we actually enmesh the two in practice? And I guess there's kind of three themes that we can think about when we talk about this, and maybe when we discuss it, and Debbie will take this further. The first really is, how does building resilience actually enhance tourism in practice? How does it actually work in practice there? And I think I would say basically just to reflect, there are three things that are important there. The first is that by building resilience, we're creating the foundations for action, if you like. We're creating all the plans and issues to do with, as discussed by Ron Jackson in the previous session, about the ideas of planning. But then we're also talking about, we're providing the rationales, if you like, for joint action, for sharing assets and supply chains. And I guess the other important point is ultimately we're building trust for the tourism in the markets. And by doing that effectively, we can cascade upwards. So by building resilience, we guarantee or secure tourism flows, and we end it with a virtuous circle upwards. Equally, if that's not successful, it can equally become, as we know from COVID-19, a rather vicious circle that takes us downwards. But I want to just, so that's an important point really to reflect upon there. And I think that's important simply because, as we know, in the tourism element as well, tourism is now operating in more diverse areas of the world, areas that are often vulnerable to disasters and shocks, where resilience becomes really important. And of course, with climate change as well, we're facing frequency of events, as the previous panel talked about. So really, there's an important idea about that. But I think what connects the two, and what the theme of this, how do we connect the two, is the importance of resilience leadership. And if it's about leadership that connects resilience with tourism in practice, then what does resilience mean? And finally, really, we can look at this study in case studies. And what do we mean by case studies? Well, case studies is often the most important way of defining, if you like, the way we move things forward. And case studies are often a way of looking in detail, in an unbiased way, at complex situations. And I think that's become even more important because of the ideas of knowledge exchange. But I'm going to leave us with three questions, really. And that's really, when we look at this, if we're to understand how leadership takes place in practice, we need effectively to, can you move on to the next slide, please? We need effectively to think about another important aspects, really, which is effectively what is that word is need? What is the thing, or the aspect that we're trying to deal with? In other words, what is the missing gap? What is address the need between rebuilding resilience and tourism in practice? The second element, if you like, to think about is that in any project that's trying to provide leadership and drive maybe change or improvement, one has to think also about, well, what is the thought leadership? What is the leadership trying to achieve? And the final element really is to think about, as you can see in this slide, is the implementing the how. What kinds of measures and mechanisms can we use to actually provide that leadership and actually allow building resilience to connect with tourism itself? So we're thinking about effectively why we're doing it. We think about what we're doing it for, and we're also thinking about implementing the how we're doing it. And that's really important because when we look at the case studies around the world, and I must say hello to be privileged that the Minister for Sierra Leone is also in the audience, and I'll be talking a little bit about Sierra Leone and the fantastic work that's been done there in relation to that is an important way we move forward. So hopefully by setting this scene about how leadership and resilience can drive change and can lead to continuous improvement, then I'll hand back to Debbie and the moderator. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lee. Now it's your turn, Ibrahim, to share with us how many of these skills you put into practice as you led the team that have built Bosnia and Herzegovina into a formidable tourism destination with a real place on the tourism world stage.
Thank you. This one here?
Yeah, the green one. Yeah.
This one here? This one here? Okay. Why is it green? Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the very generous introduction. I come to you from the most exciting destination in the world, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it's an amazing country, has lots to offer, but at the same time, it suffers from an image issue. There was war in the region 26 years ago. So sometimes the destination is misperceived. Sometimes the destination is misperceived due to legacies of instability in the Balkan region. But it's also sometimes just not known. People may not even know where the place is. So this was a chief issue that we're dealing with, an image problem. I will speak to you about two examples, one from Bosnia and Herzegovina and one from Jordan, and my colleague Omar will continue some of the Jordan story. But as we know, and we heard from many speakers, from Peter in the past, Peter Greenberg, and today we heard from our colleagues from Japan and otherwise, it's an image issue. Primarily, crises come down to an image. And sometimes it's unfair because we may have a stable destination, but there are things happening around us. We know that we're safe, but the world may not know that we're safe. So our perception of ourselves is not enough. We need to make sure that the people perceive us the way we perceive ourselves. So we need to speak to the market. And how do we do that? When it comes to a crisis, something sudden happens. How do we pivot from ordinary business into securing new markets, bringing back the markets that we have? But maybe I should pause and go back to the very beginning. When we speak about resilience, like what does that mean? And we learned a lot from the military. And when we look at the Soviet Union and the United States, when they were sitting across from each other and thinking, how do we create a nuclear deterrence strategy and how do we secure ourselves? They're thinking, we should develop a first strike capability to hit first. But the countries thought, we may never know if the other side maybe can hit us first. So we should develop second strike capability. Now, what does that mean? It means I can take a hit and come back. And the same applies in tourism. Can we take a hit when a crisis happens without being devastated, without decimating the tourism sector and rebuilding? And typically with tourism, when you rebuild, you come back much better and much stronger, to borrow a British Prime Minister term. So what do we need to do? And when it comes to communication and rebuilding the market, first you look at your resilient markets that didn't disappear or maybe dwindled a bit. How do you bring them back? But then you need to start probably thinking a bit out of the box, being courageous and look into new market segments. And I'll show you some examples from that. In the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we need to make sure that when I mentioned that we need to come back, that the market can withstand a hit, you have to have a thriving sector during the good days in order to have a cushion to allow you to withstand the hit. So a number of things that were done. One is improved brand positioning and country image. We ranked about 107th worldwide, 116th worldwide on the brand index published by the World Economic Forum. We needed to make major jumps and improve the country image. And sometimes it's not just an ordinary branding exercise. We need to be strategic and tactical at the same time. You look at everything that you can put in the marketplace that can give you good publicity. I'll give you some examples moving on. Second, we need to enhance the product offer, make sure it is deeply rooted in authenticity and what is differentiating our offer, and make sure that we're able then to plug it into international distribution channels. So can we expand our international travel agent network that is selling us? And at the same time, how do we speak to the consumers? And we heard about the power of social media a bit earlier. How do we become creative? And not just paid media, because you can be more effective with media that you don't pay for. Now, your user-generated content, for example, can you aggregate what people are doing? And Kenya has a wonderful example with user-generated content creation. And the tourist board is very clever with how they get free content from the visitors and then beam them out to new prospective clients. And of course, having the right type of human capital that is able to withstand the hit and continue back and manage the crisis. And finally, for small businesses to thrive during good days, they have to have access to credit. And oftentimes, the tourism sector has a problem. Can we get bank credit, bank lending? And it is important to have special lending products for the tourism sector. Of course, as we're doing development, we say our name is Developing Sustainable Tourism in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The word sustainability really defines who we are and how our approach is. And we say our ethos for development is conservation-led, people-centric development. So if it's people-centric, we need to make sure that we're also working on diversity, on inclusion. Women in the industry, make sure that they are included as well as they're able to thrive. Make sure the people with disabilities, number one, work in the sector, but second, prepare the industry to receive tourists from around the world who have disabilities. And about 1/3 of the global market either has disability or impacted by it, because they could be family members that may not have disability, but they have somebody with disability and they need accommodations as a result. Now, already we have major jumps. We're already about 80% of pre-pandemic levels in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 7 percentage points up on the World Economic Forum's brand index, and the growth trends and forward bookings are looking brisk. Now, how are we doing it? You see Anna Kay with us here in France with the minister, using any opportunity we have to take the story to the global stage. And at the same time, looking at major opportunities. The World Rafting Championship was held in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We helped with holding it there and beaming the messages. We had about 70 teams from around the world that came to take advantage of this. And we have some of the best rafting in the world, but we need the world to know that there are many other things that you can see in the destination and use these opportunities to send the message and the beauty of the country and its the ease of accessibility and that sort of thing. Another key issue is, and it was a topic yesterday, is expanding aviation routes. We need to make sure that the destination has proper aviation links. And in our case, we teamed up with the airports to enhance the incentive schemes that they have and develop route development plans. We ended up bringing Polish Airlines. We ended up bringing Ryanair and contributed to bringing TUI even, to start special itineraries for the destination. And when I speak about diversification, we're looking at summer experiences as well as winter experiences. What can you do on the mountains in terms of skiing, winter activities, and that sort of thing. Now, we're also working with businesses. So when it comes to strategy and a resilience strategy, one is work at the destination level with government, with the tourist board and otherwise. But also we need to work with the businesses themselves. So we have a grant scheme allocated specifically for companies. So we can co-fund sales missions, road trips, and a digital transformation plan that we have in place where we can upgrade the web presence of companies or e-commerce capabilities and that sort of thing. And we have an online international travel agent academy. I'm proud to say that we won #2 worldwide in our course content, and we received the award at the World Travel Market in November. And we hope that we're going to win again coming up soon. Speaking of access to finance, I would say this is an example that we're employed in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but we took it first from Jordan. And I mention this because strategies that work in one place oftentimes can be replicable with modification and adaptation in other areas. And this is why we're here at the global forum, because countries can learn from each other. And so I'm going to take away a number of ideas that I heard in this conference, and I hope what we have may be replicable elsewhere. But certainly in Bosnia, we learned from the Jordanian experience, where we signed agreements with banks to customize special lending products, special loan programs for the tourism businesses. And it took a while for us to educate the banks that the tourism industry is attractive. It can be actually resilient. If there is a downturn, it will come back, and oftentimes comes back strong. So it took educating the loan officers themselves at the bank to understand how to treat a loan application from a tourism enterprise. And we hold roadshows. We take the banks to the different cities to meet with the businesses and that sort of thing. With the Central Bank of Jordan, they came out with a facility whereby they subsidize the interest rate. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have government given grants to subsidize interest rates as well. So it's quite fascinating. Similar but different at the same time in terms of its operation. E-commerce, bringing payment gateways, that's something else that we're doing for small businesses and for the micro-entrepreneurs. You may have people in the rural area, regions, they have a product, but they don't know how to sell it, so we help them with their web platforms or mobile applications and make sure that people are able to buy as well. So we have a payment gateway company that we brought in, and we bring them because we bring everybody under one umbrella. We negotiate on their behalf, so the entire tourism sector comes in at a much cheaper price than an enterprise having to go alone. A great deal of being done on nature conservation. We're working with the government to double the country's landmass officially classified as protected. And we're also working on upgrading park management, nature parks, with a park management plan, visitor management plans, community engagement plans to make sure that the community becomes a conservative of the park as well as benefiting from the traffic that goes there. You're going to have my slides, so I'm going to skip over some content. But this is an example of banks that we've signed agreements with. Some are Italian banks, some are French banks, some are British banks. We have German banks, we have Austrian banks that operate in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And all of them saw that there is an interest and an opportunity. And something else we did, we signed agreements with 4 leasing companies. Well, you can take a loan, but you also, they're leasing products, so we can get creative with how we bring finance to the tourism sector. I spoke about workforce capital when I spoke to you a couple of days ago, but this is an example where we have a TV show, a cooking TV show, that is also filmed, and it turns into an online course. And we have an online tourism academy that is offered for the local community and the tour operators and the students and otherwise different courses for different members of the different segments of the industry. We can take these courses all free, by the way, and you get quizzed and you get end up with a little completion certificate, and it gives students pride. At the same time, we make sure that if you're in an adventure, that you read the course and you know the content. Lots happening also on rural tourism. So resilience makes sure that the entire value chain of tourism is strong. So we're one of the most beautiful parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina is the Herzegovina region that's in the south. This is wine country. We have over 80 wineries operating, and we started with 39 that made up the Herzegovina wine route. And we got this inscribed as a Council of Europe route, and that's part of enhancing country image and destination image and creating a new product and linking it to gastro tourism and adventure in the area and so forth. And part of that region is becoming a slow food region, and we're working with the slow food kind of branding and getting all of the folks involved. We launched the Cheese and Honey Trail, for example, through a grant, and you go to the farms and see the cheese being made, and you go to the beekeeper and learn about bees and so forth. So it's fascinating things working on the rural side. But one example I would say also is the Most Beautiful Villages program we just launched. We borrowed this from France. It's called the Most Beautiful Villages of France. We said Most Beautiful Villages of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a competition of the villages in the country. They have to apply and they have to show how they're safeguarding architecture, heritage assets, nature, and how they're presenting authentic cultural experiences. We picked the first 15, and that becomes now a driving route. So you can do drive tourism, you can do hikes, you can do... The longest hiking trail in the Balkan region is in Bosnia and Herzegovina, on the Dinaric Alps. It's called Via Dinarica, and that's another interesting product, and that enhances country image because it's something different and something unique. We won top 10 most beautiful European city in Mostar. This is just World Travel Market a few months ago. And also Trebinje is one of the cities in the south also won top 10 in sustainabilities. Now, let me take you very quickly into the Jordanian example, because it's very different. So Jordan, as you know, is in the Middle East, and the king of Jordan always jokes, he says, Jordan is between Iraq and a hard place. So Iraq. Jordan's tourism was doing great for a long time, and it's moving fast. And when I was there running another USAID project before this one here, our partnership was with the government, with the private sector, with the tourist board, of course. That partnership was very fruitful. Our first Minister of Tourism we partnered with was Dr. Talib Rifai, who became Secretary General of the UNWTO, created a national tourism strategy. The tourist board, where Omar works, continued becoming more vibrant, and tourism into the country moved very quickly. Now, the Arab Spring, however, hit and rattled the tourism sector. Egypt and Syria went into upheaval. Most of Jordan's tourism was tied to Jordan and Syria. They were to Syria and Egypt. They were sold as a package for cultural tourism. So that dried up much of the market. Yemen and Libya were different. They were source markets for medical tourism. They didn't have good hospitals. They would send people and being paid by that the government would pay for their treatment in Jordan. Jordan was a good medical hub. That dried up. 72% as a result of the market dried up. Now, shortly as the industry started coming back, ISIS kills a Jordanian pilot. They burn him. It was on TV, on CNN, and Jordanian king goes out and he says, we're at war with ISIS. They start bombing ISIS, and CNN says, Jordan is at war. They didn't continue, say, with ISIS in Syria. So there was another dip because it was a country image issue. So what do you do in this case? You know, we partnered with the tourist board. We started looking at the brand attributes and what some of the challenges that Jordan needs to deal with. And some of the creative solutions was that, you know, let's diversify the focus. We partnered with the Royal Film Commission, with the tourist board, to start looking at film tourism. Hollywood was looking at Jordan for staging for filming production, but we worked with the Film Commission to push Jordan as a filming site as well. This is the launch of The Martian. I know, Debbie, you worked on this when this was unveiled, but our partnership with the tourist board was when Hollywood is paying all this money to launch this movie, how can we piggyback on this in terms of social media? And when they're searching for The Martian, you get an advertisement for Wadi Rum, the desert where this was filmed. So you start seeing Jordan. This is one example, but also partnership with Columbia Sportswear. They brought in a team, created videos, and promoting them across their network. And finally, I would say, in terms of diversification, we said, okay, Petra is important, Jerash, a Roman city, is important. That's the bulk of the cultural, the key of the cultural offer. But let's diversify. Let's look at new ways, look tactically at different markets. So the first thing we looked at is the regional market. How do we do more in the regional market? Oftentimes, your neighbors know your situation more than others away, so they know that Jordan is stable. Second, there was a situation when, I don't know if you remember, when Russia stopped sending tourists to Turkey. 5 million people a year. That opened an opportunity for us to work with the Jordanian trade. And we allocated money, as a matter of fact, in terms of grants, to help with road shows and sales missions to go open that market. And that wasn't a developed market. And we started seeing lots of Russian arrivals. Then we moved into adventure. For example, we supported holding the Jordan Rally, which is a motorcycles rally. 22 countries from around the world would come to Jordan every year. So that was an example of a number of other niches. Hiking the Jordan Trail became top 10 worldwide, for example, by National Geographic and others. And then we looked at the meetings and incentives market, at the MICE market, and finally, Jordan has 32 biblical sites. John the Baptist was beheaded in Jordan. Christianity started in Jordan. Jesus was baptized in Jordan. So how do we help with promote Jordan as a religious destination? lots of this happened with the Jordan Tourism Board. And my colleague Omar can speak much more about what we did in the North American market, but let me give it back to you, Debbie.
Thank you, Ibrahim. And I think, when we listen to everything we've learned these last few days, so much of it has come into those case studies: finance, communications, country image, public-private sector, collaboration, sustainability, training, and product development. It's kind of all there. And Omar, over to you. You had some real challenges for Jordan from a North America perspective. We'd love to hear a little bit from you. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Ibrahim, for an amazing presentation. My role here is in North America is more on the promotion side, right? So this is marketing, and I firmly believe that the marketing people have a lot to do with resilience for a destination. So there's a lot that is being done on the ground. There's a lot of product that is in the destination, be it Jordan or Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I've been to both. I've been to Bosnia with Ibrahim recently. Wonderful place, by the way. You should go see it. But some of the things that are done on the ground, sometimes the marketer needs to think about how can I package this up. There are some things in the destination that can help you in your marketing journey. So in North America, we've, of course, done a lot of research to find out what it is that we need to present the North American travelers. What will make them travel to the destination? Aside from just going into niches for adventure travel, religious travel, as Ibrahim was talking about, or faith-based travel, these are very important and were very, very pivotal in helping us out of many crises in the past, some that Ibrahim mentioned. And maybe I'll talk a little bit about the post-pandemic, some of the things, some of the clever things that we were able to do as an organization. But basically, we took an approach to work with social enterprises in Jordan. This was one approach. These social enterprises existed way before we had this idea. With the help of USAID in Jordan and many others as well on the ground, we were able to identify 12 social enterprises in the country. And they were on the main travel route in the country. So if you're going on your familiar 7-day tour in Jordan, these are on your route. But they're not necessarily visited by travelers or tourists. So what we did is we wanted to put that together, and we packaged it. Some of these social enterprises were from the early 90s that have already been there. We just packaged them up, and we called it the Meaningful Travel Map of Jordan. We partnered with the right people, with Tourism Cares, to put this together. We also brought in a lot of industry leaders from North America to come in and around the world as well. But we were able to show them the impact that we can make on these local areas in Jordan. And what happened with that is, of course, now it's the power of the marketing. So the product has already existed for 20 plus years. It wasn't packaged properly for it to show how sustainable this destination can be. And with sustainability, as we all know, we can create resilience. Excuse me. And so that was one approach. Sorry if I... that was one very important approach, and that was launched in 2018. Another piece here is, and you could see this slide. We wanted to get, we want to be funny. We wanted to be relatable. So we created some advertising after the pandemic that, you see this one, don't forget your mask, right? And then you have a mud mask on your face from the Dead Sea. Maintain a safe distance between yourself and others, and that's just, you out in the desert. But these were, of course, timely at a specific time. They worked well. I'm so done with these ads, and I don't want to see anything about the pandemic anymore. But I think it was an important thing that there is a power in marketing, power in branding, packaging, and then there's also a power in advertising, as you see here. But the most powerful piece, I think, in our organization and our work in North America was partnerships. So those long-term partnerships, the longevity of staff, the longevity of these relationships with these big organizations, that we've had over the years was what helped us be resilient and bounce back after the pandemic pretty quickly. We actually bounced back in a way that we didn't even think was possible. We had to be very positive and optimistic during the times where everybody else was just panicking. We had to continue to foster those relationships that we've already had and keep those going. And that resulted in things like starting a new route from Washington, D.C. to Amman, nonstop on United Airlines, the first time ever. And that was in May of 2022. So that was, and if some of you know about airlines, it takes about 2 years to put a route like that together. So we were working right in the middle of the pandemic to make that happen. Also, Royal Jordanian launched a flight from Toronto into Amman. And those combined gave us more than 55 to 60,000 new seats on airlift into Jordan from North America. And of course, we had to do advertising and marketing and continued partnerships to make sure that we can fill those as well. And I guess that's maybe my piece, if you have any.
Great, thank you, Omar. Now, I know that it's the last session of the day where time is running on. Lee, I'm afraid that unless you can give me 3 quick pointers about your work in Sierra Leone, we might have to actually allow people to access this case study when we share the slides. Is there any chance you can sum it up really quickly, or could I just go straight to my last few questions, which is 1 each? Okay.
Well, I can certainly try to.
Okay, you can hear me. Go then. 2 minutes. Yeah. I've been given permission for 2 minutes. Lee, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I've been given an extra 2 minutes for you to sum up your work in Sierra Leone. Is that possible?
Okay, I'll do it in 2 minutes, basically. It looks like there's some issues here also with the slides. I mean, basically, the idea of the work in Sierra Leone, and to go back to the question, is that fundamentally when we talk about the role of case studies, and more importantly, the work about actually making sure that projects have meaning and translation into practice, is really to understand firstly the question, which is the why. And the first question in relation to the why in Sierra Leone, of course, is that as previous presentations have talked about, tourism is often operating in very different parts of the world. And in practice, because of that, it's also leading to more emphasis on resilience and also for evidence basing around that. I think we've got some problems with the slides here. So really, the important thing around this project really is that it was called the Africa Project. So it was about really providing evidence-based research, which was basically about understanding where the challenges and the single points of failure were in terms of how you do disaster management, and the challenges in a country like Sierra Leone, where the new National Disaster Management Agency and the new disaster management system there created in 2020 was trying to do with extending and moving to a higher level. And I congratulate the Sierra Leone government in many ways for both enhancing that, but it also provides a bridge to the integrated development approaches that the minister was talking about only yesterday. So this project really was about really looking at a countrywide study, looking at all provinces, and looking at what were the single points of failure, both at the national and at the local level, across all of the communities, about what they perceived to be the challenges, the practical elements that could be dealt with, that would actually enhance disaster management and resilience, would build resilience from the ground. And that report was launched in 2021. Next slide, please, if that's possible.
Great, thank you, Lee.
And that slide in practice, or in many ways, the Africa report, which was then developed, was endorsed by the Sierra Leone government itself, by the National Disaster Management Agency, and then in September 2021, and then was actually adopted by the Chief Minister, the Prime Minister of Sierra Leone, as being an important development, leading to a full invitation proposal to have this extended across the country. Now, the important thing around this project, therefore, is that it also provided, if you like, was accepted by the government itself, and also, in addition to that, also led to all the major elements as well, in terms of the way it moved forward. And that has led to a huge array of different types of actually incorporations. So, for example, into the 2 government papers to COP27 in Egypt, and in addition to that, also in relation to even change the new climate action plan for Freetown. Now, the important thing about this, just to reiterate in my 2 minutes, as Debbie might say, is that here you've got an illustration of how, in practice, the what, how research can actually be translated into very practical elements in relation to that. And the final part of that is actually incorporated into a facilitator's guide, which went out to all 48 districts, wards, and all 8 blocks of Freetown, covering some 1.2 million people. So the results, if you like, about how you do single points of failure, how you can improve them, were not just incorporated into government policy at a higher level of ministries, but also went down to the local level of the communities and the community disaster management committees. And why is this important? Well, it illustrates in many ways some of the things that the Minister for Sierra Leone for Tourism was talking about if you build resilience and you can build disaster management system in Sierra Leone, that also provides an integrated approach for the kind of achievements that the Minister also wants to achieve in the tourism domain. And therefore, there's an invitation, if you like, and show how these 2 areas of how we enhance disaster management and we build resilience, and we integrate that with a development policy in relation to tourism, can provide real benefits for the country as a whole. And I look forward to seeing these 2 areas move forward together in the future. I'll stop there because, of course, we're short of time, but I just wanted to just do a short illustration of what the AfriCAD project was about.
Well done, Lee. That's obviously months and years of work in 2 minutes. So thank you very much. And thank you to my panel for so many real practical examples. And I think I should just end perhaps on when Omar was talking about the meaningful map. That is something that Jordan was the first country, but that is something that Tourism Cares, the US-based charity, is now rolling out in a number of countries. And I believe is going to go global pretty soon. So it is something, again, a practical example of something you should all look at. So thank you very much on behalf of the Resilience Council. We will continue to bring sessions like this to conferences around the world. We welcome any thought leadership or case studies you want to share with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel, our esteemed panel. Moderator, Miss Debbie Flynn, Professor Lee Miles, that joined us virtually, Mr. Ibrahim Oster, and Mr. Omar Banihani. Thank you for bringing us all those examples of what to do in terms of crisis. We're going to be moving right along on the program, and it's at the moment we're waiting for, which is the signing of the joint communique between Jamaica and the city of Malaga. So in the meantime, we're getting the stage all cleared up. Just to remind you that we have a wonderful closing party for you this evening at 7:30 at Devon House. So you're for those of you who may need to go back to your resort, to your hotel resorts. I mean I'm a resort manager, so I'm thinking resorts. But yeah, man, for those of you who want to go back to your hotels, if you want to go back and freshen up, but please join us at 7:30 at Devon House. We have a wonderful event for you showcasing, all of the best of Jamaica, whether it's our food or culture at Devon House. So that's at 7:30 this evening. All right. Moving right along, the moment we've been waiting for, the signing of the joint communique. I'm going to be inviting Minister Bartlett. Minister Bartlett to come on stage. Thank you. Inviting the Mayor of Malaga, Mr. Jacobo Florido Gomez, Deputy Mayor. Well, Mayor when you get back. Yes. And the rest of the Malaga team? No? Just the 2? Okay, all right. But please, we'd like you to join us. Come on. Minister Brian? Ambassadors? And our PS?
Hey, excuse me. You mind shut the camera down there, please? Of course. Thank you. Well, this is a momentous occasion for us here in Jamaica and the Caribbean. I think it is the first time that we will be looking at a specific agreement on collaboration, participation, exchange of technical information, best practices, technical tours, and general collaboration in almost every aspect of tourism development with a specific city of Europe, and not with a government in the traditional sense. And this is exciting for us because this particular engagement is about the most touristic city, arguably in the world, collaborating because it is the most innovative tourism city, definitely, in the world. And it has used technology to great effect. It has caused innovation to be a real and living thing in tourism. And I had the good fortunes of visiting the city of Malaga and experience it myself. The video that they showed on the presentation is true. I went and I saw it. I went to the Malaga Valley myself. I saw the level of startups. I saw the technology that had been utilized to enable seamless experiences in Malaga. I also visited the University of Malaga, and we had at one stage a wine protocol which spoke to gastronomy at another level. I saw the students. I had an opportunity to speak with some of the faculty. So the areas of collaboration which we are enumerating in this joint communique today are areas that we know can be of enormous benefit to the human capital development strategies of us in the Caribbean and in Jamaica in particular, and also for us to look at the innovation incubation activities that we have started here in Jamaica. And I have Giselle Jones, who is the head of that department, the ministry today, and she's responsible for helping us to mine new ideas. And we created a budget of 40 million Jamaican to support ideas, to incentivize ideas. And already she has 23 groups of young people who have come up with new and innovative ideas about products and services and experiences in tourism. And we are going to the Exim Bank, where we already have resources, and we are pulling 100 million Jamaican dollars to provide for the conversion now of those ideas into material goods that have a value. And then we will transfer these young people and their products to the private sector and or to their own entrepreneurial development activity and process. We're excited that Malaga has done that and done it well. I visited a number of these incubators. I saw the young people, I saw them at work, and I saw the result of their efforts. So I believe that we have started something here that has the potential for growth, and it is to give to the industry that sense of, you recall these two words, present and future proofing. Present proofing, to utilize the skills, knowledge of now, for now, and future proofing, to look beyond now for trends and directions that we will go. And so, making one further announcement before we do here from Malaga, and is that the communique envisages a partnership in human capital development now from a certification and the building of what we in Jamaica call stackable credentials in the industry. And the purpose of enabling that stackable credential is to change the labor market arrangements in tourism here. We are based on equity and merit. Our workers of the industry must find their place. We will not legislate. We will train and build capacity, certify, and enable competence. And that's merit. And once that happens, we then say to the industry, access. These workers must not be denied because they merit their promotions. And once we are able to certify, then we can classify the workers. And when we classify, we can remunerate according to classification. And that will change the labor market arrangements. So we're excited about that prospect. And I know we will succeed, and when we do, it will become an example for the rest of the region. It's my pleasure to ask the Deputy Mayor to respond.
Hello again. I think that my dear friend Minister say everything, almost everything. But the first of all is I'm pleasure to be here. Thank you for greeting us, because we all delegation, Malaga delegation, feel like a home. No, it's truly pleasure to sign this communication, this agreement with this wonderful country, because we have a lot of things to learn from you. I expect as well to learn a lot of things about you, about your work, but we want to share our best practices each other. No, this is the reason we are signing this agreement. We want to share our gastronomy, culture. We are going to share our system, university system. We try to teach you whatever all we are doing there. I want to learn what you are doing here. This is the reason we are going to sign this agreement to share our best practices. Yeah, I would like to share whoever you want to do it. No, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. So I hope to see you soon. Try to work on this agreement to do the best for all of you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. The minister is in everything, no? He told me, I'm pleased to announce the next Global Tourism Resilience Conference will be in Malaga next year. You all invited? So you can prove in person whatever we are doing there. If we have to thanks to the minister, because he is the reason the Malaga will hold the next conference. Thank you very much.
Brother Kenneth. Oh, good. So now the final comment will be from the chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and my partner in this broader collaboration with Malaga, as well as a number of other touristic centers. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to say that again. And the final word will be from the chairman of the CTO, who is my partner in the broader areas of collaboration between us in the Caribbean and the other main touristic centers of the world. And this is something we're going to be doing over the period of his tenure as chairman of the CTO. Minister Kenneth.
Thank you, Minister. And I want to say congratulations again to Jamaica for constantly and continually being the leader and the innovator and most things new within the Caribbean. And I'm quite sure nobody here is surprised that Minister Bartlett is first at it again. But as the chairman and the voice of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and its members, we congratulate the minister for being the first, and I know he will bring that same benefit and enthusiasm to the organization so we can spread the opportunities that has been presented here by this brotherhood, by this signing, by this agreement, so we can spread that opportunity across the Caribbean. So again, on behalf of all of his member state brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, congratulations, and congratulations to you too, Malaga.
Mike, hello? Yes. Let's hear it one more time for the signing of this wonderful agreement between Jamaica and the city of Malaga. Just to let you know, Minister Bartlett and Minister Brian, the contingent from Jamaica and Cayman, Minister Brian, you're not listening to me. We have to charter a 777 to go to Malaga next year. So the two islands, you hear? So I'm Minister, work it out. The two ministers, so we can be in Malaga next year. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to our deputy mayor and the rest of the Malaga team. We now move into the launch ceremony for the inaugural Global Tourism Resilience Day, and we're going to have a number of speakers who we're going to ask to keep it brief, 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes tops, because we want to get out of here so that you can all take a little breather before the final event later. And we're going to be asking Mr. Ibrahim Ayub from ITC Limited to come on the stage, please. We're making it brief, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would say congratulations to Malaga and Jamaica. And we will all go to Malaga next year on the 17th of February. Thank you. So let me congratulate again. Sincere congratulations to Honorable Ed Bartlett for his tireless effort for having today declared by the UN as the Global Tourism Resilience Day. Happy Global Tourism Resilience Day to you all. A round of applause, I would say a round of applause to Minister Bartlett and to his entire team, Prof. Waller, and to all the destinations who have supported this historical and memorable day. And of course, his team, Anna Kay, there is also Trisel, the PS, Jennifer Griffiths, they all have been part of that team. Excellent, congratulations. ITIC is twice proud today, not only to have been an active partner of the Global Tourism Resilience Conference, but also to be part of today's celebration, with the idea, we would say, which has germinated back in December 2021 in Dubai, with initial discussion between Minister Bartlett and Graham Cook of World Travel Awards, and supported by our chairman, Dr. Rifai, and our directors, and also with other partners like Jacobs Media and Resilience Council, and which was followed by the event we all produced last February in Dubai during Expo 2020. And this has been very fast work from Minister Bartlett, who has implemented all the different guidelines, and his team to make that within a year, from February last year. And a month ago we were talking, we were not so sure this is going to happen. But within that span of time, short period of time, 94 countries, he went to the UN, 94 countries signed while he was doing the speech unanimously. And that was done. Thank you so much, Minister Bartlett. Okay, today's celebration comes with a commitment and the need to promote the concept of resilience in tourism, how it will impart a new momentum to investment in this industry. Resilience and sustainable tourism development will open new opportunities and generate significant returns for investors, as any future disruption will be minimized and there will be a higher degree of predictability in the activities of tourism industry. In addition to creating an enhanced environment, investment in human capital and social benefits through the creation of long-term lasting jobs, the resilience and sustainability of destination will act powerful, attractive factors for investors who nowadays weight their investment decision according to strict ESG criteria. Resilience and sustainability in tourism are also providing the foundation for a more balanced approach to the environmental, economic, and social dimension by protecting cultural and natural heritage, while providing tangible social and economic benefits for local communities in all destinations globally. If we all take a long-term commitment and build strong partnership on resilience, we will make the Earth a better place to live after we leave it. Now, one thing that I would like to endorse is the idea of Minister Bartlett, who has proposed about the tip for resilience, right? How this is going to be structured, I think with all ministers here, if we all agree and start to work on a certain framework, that will happen. And maybe Minister Bartlett will continue to champion this idea and make this initiative to become reality so that every destination will adopt this initiative. And how it will be done, we will, you will work it out. That's now another challenge for you to make this to happen globally, right, for this resilience fund, so that every tourist, every traveler, I'm committed as a traveler myself to contribute to every destination I visit in order to make that simple little contribution to that resilience fund. Thank you all, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayub. We now invite Dr. Esther Kaguri Munieri, the Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center for the Eastern Caribbean. Doc? What I said, oh, Eastern Africa. I'm used to saying Eastern Caribbean. Eastern Africa.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
We are extremely excited to be part of this history. We from the Eastern Africa are just so excited to be part of this, and to travel all the way from Eastern Africa to here and the rest of Africa to here was just a wonderful experience. And now, as we move on to the next step, we look forward to the great stories that each one of us in this room will be sharing next year in Malaga. So we look forward to that. Well, past events have shown that years of progress in tourism could be just destroyed by one event or one disaster. And therefore, crisis management should never be a firefighting event or exercise. And that's why the resilience centers that are being created across the world should provide intelligence for emergencies to always find a prepared industry, our tourism industry, with enough strategies and policies to overcome or ride the crisis with hardly any damage. So let's create this resilience together as we continue building these resilience centers across the world. So happy Global Tourism Resilience Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monieri from the GTRCMC Eastern Africa. We now invite Miss Debbie Flynn, Managing Partner, Finn Partners, to give her remarks.
Thank you. I'm representing the Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council today, as Daniela Wagner cannot be here, and so I'm going to represent them as their communications partner. I'd like to thank Daniela and Laurie, who behind the scenes want to thank everyone for their commitment to resilience. We've been so proud of all the work Minister Bartlett and the GTRMC have been doing to shine a light on resilience. The work of our Resilience Council began when tourism's concerns were focused on the main 8 categories of crisis management planning, but at that time, many sparked by terrorism. Since then, we've developed partnerships around the world to identify thought leaders and best practices of preparedness, crisis management, recovery, sustainability, and resilience. As we move beyond resilience now to regeneration, we continue to identify the best in class, as well as lessons learned, hence my last panel, and share them with the global community. As you may know from the 2 panels on the first day, we are now currently focused on the deficit of human capital in the industry, hence the launch of Project Team, Tourism Employment Expansion Mandate, which, Minister, all came about over one very important discussion at a World for Travel in Nîmes, actually only a few weeks ago, and it's incredible how it's moved on since then. By shining a light on these topics, we continue to aim for more confidence for travellers as well as suppliers and destinations, not only for the financial well-being, but more importantly, to help save lives through foresight. We applaud the work, the GTRMC, and look forward to hearing from all, whenever and wherever there is best practice light to shine. And I would like to say to you all, happy Global Tourism Resilience Day, and see you all in Malaga.
Thank you very much, Debbie. We're going to be joined by Miss Laurie Myers. She's a global strategist, Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council, and we're getting her. She's on virtually, so please direct your attention to the monitors.
Hello, everyone from Athens, Greece. I'm sorry I'm not there in the Caribbean, but it sounds like you all are having a great time. Lots of lessons learned, shared, and I'm really honored to be part of this celebration. I won't take up any time because I know we're trying to make it up. So enjoy the new Bob Marley restaurant, which I hear is open. Thank you very much for including the Resilience Council.
Thank you very much, Laurie. The new Bob Marley restaurant is actually in Montego Bay. So anybody passing through Montego Bay where I'm from, yeah, check it out. Yeah, man. Now we move into the entertainment. And the entertainment will be provided by Movements Dance Company of Jamaica. And they'll be providing the closing entertainment, which highlights the company just concluded its 40th anniversary celebrations, has wooed audience all over the world with its unique interpretation of Jamaican modern contemporary dance, heavily influenced by the rhythms of the Caribbean, the classics of Europe and the jazz, and the reggae dancehall energy of Jamaica. Their repertoire features the input of many talented local and international artists whose work has enriched the impact of the company locally and internationally. The first piece to be performed is Searchlight, choreographed by the co-founder and artistic director of Movements, Monica Campbell McFarlane. A signature dance work of the company, Searchlight explores the ethos of Jamaican urban life in an appeal for love and peace, featuring the music of reggae dancehall icon Barrington Levy. The second closing item from Movements will be a piece de celebre of the company entitled The Wrath of God, choreographed especially for Movements by global master choreographer Christopher Huggins and set to the music of Carl Jenkins. The dance offers an insight to the biblical end of times. Fully staged, this work has been a showstopper throughout the Caribbean, North America, and African nations, who benefited from the company's participation in fundraising performances undertaken by Movements and other international artists for African territories severely affected during the heights of the COVID pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Movements Dance Theatre Company.
Together, people are straying and straying, dividing themselves from each other. There's too many hopeless souls and ragamuffin soldiers. What we need is love. And what do we need? Everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love, come on and get some. Vice versa love, come on and get it. Vice versa love to all the rude boys. Put down all your guns. The only ammunition we need is love. Love for everyone. Mothers, tell your daughters What we need is love. That's what we need. Everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love to all the reject. We want vice versa love. Come on and get it. Vice versa love. Warn them, teach them, tell them. Warn them, tell them. Warn them, warn them. Teach them, warn them, teach them. Tell them. Please give a helping hand, oh Jah, to guide all of us together. People are straying and straying, dividing themselves from each other. There's too many hopeless souls and ragamuffin soldiers. What we need is love. And what do we need? Everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love, come on and get some. Vice versa love, come on and get it. Vice versa love to all the rude boys. Put down all your guns. The only ammunition we need is love. Love for everyone. Mothers, tell your daughters. Fathers, please tell your sons. Just warn them, teach them, tell them, show them. That's what we need. Everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love to all the rejects. We want vice versa love. Come on and get it. Vice versa love. Warn them. Please give a helping hand, oh Jah, to guide all of us together. People are straying and straying, dividing themselves from each other. What we need is love. That's what we need. Everybody, we want vice versa love
warn them.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's hear it one more time for Movements Dance Theatre Company. Awesome talent. We now continue with the program, and I'm going to be inviting Mr. Justin Cook, the Managing Director of World Travel Awards. Minister? Yes. Okay, a minister is coming up. Go.
And I think, do we have another special guest dialing in, I think, from United Arab Emirates? Excellent. Yes. There he is.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Ministers, delegates, and resilience colleagues. Great to be with you. We've had a great 2.5 days, the third day now, and I think Justin may have an announcement to make with Ed. It's been exactly 1 year since the foundation and the formation of World Resilience Day, Global Resilience Day here in Dubai at the World Expo. And I'd just like to congratulate Minister Bartlett and Professor Lloyd Waller and all of the colleagues there on their tremendous and amazing development in the last 12 months to get to this point in time. The announcement by the United Nations and the endorsement was a stake in the ground. It's never easy building a global brand. Many have done it, countries, destinations, Malaga, Jamaica, and many of the Caribbean colleagues there, and also African nations there. We've tried our best with the World Travel Awards, but over really now to Justin. I wish you every continued success, Minister, and all of the colleagues there.
Thank you.
Just following on from Graham, really. For the last sort of 30 years, World Travel Awards has recognised and celebrated excellence in travel and tourism. And over this time, we're proud to have supported thousands of destinations, hotels, airlines, and service providers, and hundreds of millions of consumers understand what it takes to be the best. And to ensure we build a long-term future for our children and our children's children, it's vital that we bake resilience and sustainability in our industry. And we're delighted to further support the Global Tourism Resilience Initiative when it was just an acorn in Minister Bartlett's mind. And that acorn has already become an oak, and we have no doubt in time a forest. And with that in mind, we're therefore delighted to announce that in 2023, the World Travel Awards will be launching a new set of resilience awards for all of our awards programs, with a special global award for resilience, presented, I hope, by Minister Bartlett himself. And we believe that by shining a light on those who are resetting the bar and leading the way in building resilience, we can play a small role in building a sustainable future for all. Congratulations, Minister Bartlett. It's been an absolute pleasure this week, and thank you to everybody else for making me feel so welcome and for contributing to this incredible conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to add that this is, for me, perhaps the greatest statement of support that the resilience movement could have for the World Travel Awards has an outstanding history of performance and global notoriety. In every important center of the world where tourism is practiced, the World Travel Awards is there to give credence and to enable a sense of commitment and a sense of appreciation of excellence and high standards. And to have resilience included in the list of awards that will be provided for destinations and countries across the world, it's really a very humbling but satisfying development. I thank you, Graham Cook, World Travel Awards, and we look forward to the first dispensation of this award, which I understand will be in Oman in May, and thereafter the World Award, which I think will be in the Kingdom of Abu Dhabi, and we look forward to that one later this year. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, Graham. Thanks a lot. God bless. Very good, very good, very good.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thanks, Justin and Graham. Thank you for all the support that you have given to the industry, to the tourism industry, both here in Jamaica, the Caribbean, and worldwide. Thank you. All the recognition. We now move into Dr. Talib Rafai is not here, so we're going to be having his speech being read by Mr. Paul Hoskin from the ITIC. Paul?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Bartlett and fellow delegates. Regrettably, our chairman is unable to be here today, and we had hoped that we'd be able to have him come by Zoom, but unfortunately this connection he has in Jordan is not very good today. So hence, I have the privilege to deliver his remarks. Good afternoon and welcome. We are pleased you have joined us. I was never supposed to be in tourism. I received my degrees in architecture and urban planning. I headed a cement company and later developed trade in Jordan, and at that time, life was coasting along. Then I was asked to run the Global Investment and Promotion Corporation, developing investment strategies, and I guess that landed me on the radar because within a year, I was brought into government. By 2001, to my portfolio was added the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, and thereafter followed my role as Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Tourism has changed my life. Through the lens of my personal life, I strive to create opportunity and change in the lives of others through tourism, knowing that it is an invigorating field that crosses so many boundaries and has limitless opportunities to make the world a better place. Thus, in co-chairing with Minister Bartlett, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Centre, as well as the Global Travel and Tourism Resilience Council in London, I am able to see the incredible value these organisations bring to bear for the travel industry. The idea that in just a few years, the GTRCMC has grown from an idea to a network of dozens is truly fantastic. Minister Bartlett's vision has led us to a place where real change is happening through action on the ground and not just influencing or advocacy. It is, as Minister Bartlett said today, a real value-added project. Minister Bartlett was brilliant in getting the United Nations General Assembly resolution to make today, the 17th of February, United Nations World Tourism Resilience Day. I hope we meet next year in Malaga on the 17th of February to celebrate again. So, to everyone here today, thank you. I will always be at the service of the Centre and tourism, this wonderful and resilient industry. The Centre will do three very clear tasks. One is data collection that is so vital as a crisis unfolds to prepare us for the next round. 2 is the necessary training for everyone involved in dealing with the crisis before and after it happens. And 3 is the art of connecting with the media to make sure the damage is minimized. Each one of such objectives deserves a center of its own. Now they all come under one roof here in Jamaica. Crises today are facts of life. We all have to be prepared for them, whether they are natural or man-made. The center is vital. It is helping us save and sustain this vital industry and save the millions of jobs connected with it. This is incredibly important as we face workforce disruptions in the industry, disenfranchisement and disengagement from our youth. Through expansion of these centres and with the universities engaged, the spotlight is upon the youth to be impressed by the academic rigour and opportunities to travel, to innovate and explore cultures while breaking down barriers and yet learning the value of preparedness. It is crystal clear to me that the development and international expansion of these centres, which we heard much about today, are playing and will play a vital role for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I now invite Professor Lloyd Waller, the Executive Director of the GTRCMC. Prof.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone, and happy Global Tourism Resilience Day. It has been a long journey, for those persons who have been involved in the journey. It's been a very hectic 1 year. It was so difficult to get this up and running, and regardless of the challenges, I'm particularly happy that we were able to do so. And the reality is that the effort that everyone had put in place is as a result of the desire to make this planet a better place and to facilitate sustainability. Because the reality is that Global Tourism Resilience and Resilience Day is a constant reminder about ensuring that you build the resilience of the tourism space that can significantly contribute to the sustainability of the planet. I'd like to thank everybody who has been involved in the project from inception to start, and this includes the minister who drove the process, the Prime Minister, Most Honorable Andrew Holness, who initiated it, and of course Ms. Taisha Turner, who Minister mentioned earlier, but who was one of the quarterbacks behind the process in terms of finalizing it and pushing it through and ensuring that we got everything done, and that everything was fantastic, So thank you, everyone, and we have much more to do. A lot of activities, a lot of plans. Global Tourism Resilience is just the beginning of many things that we have to do. And I'd like to officially use this moment to say that the first project minister for Global Tourism Resilience Day will be the Airbnb project. Thanks, everyone, for coming. It has been a very long day. We're all tired, and we will chat a little later at 7 o'clock. Until the next time when we see each other again at Malaga, thank you for coming, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, the work has just begun, so we look forward to working with you both, public and private partnership, so that we continue building resiliency. We now invite Movements back on stage for their second performance. Ladies and gentlemen, one final time for Movements Dance Theatre Company, giving you the wrath of God, showing you the depth and quality of the talent in Jamaica. Quite outstanding. What? I didn't go to dance school. Minister, you could do those dances? No, sir. I now invite our Honorable Minister, Edmund Bartlett, to come and give you his closing remarks. Minister?
Thank you, and I know it has been 3 long, rich, powerful, strong, exciting, and exhilarating days, and we can't wait to just take off our shoes and let down our hair and get into my house at Devon House and just enjoy the gastronomy and bask in the glory of Bob Marley and all the wonderful musical icons of Jamaica. So let us do this one quickly. Thank you so much all for having come and made this first ever Global Tourism Resilience Conference the resounding success that it has been. We're delighted here in Jamaica to have hosted you all, and particularly I want to make reference to our visitors and friends and partners and tourism ministers and academics who have come from all over the world to be here and to share in the 3 days with us. We regret one little thing. We weren't able to put a technical day together when you could go around and see the beauty of Jamaica and also to indulge in some of the wonderful experiences that Jamaica is so noted for. But we tried our best here to provide some level of gastronomy, and we hope you enjoyed that. And also the ambience was quite in line with not just academia that you see around you, but also the warmth, friendliness, and the hospitality of the iconic Jamaican persona. And you know, that's what we're known for across the world. The Jamaican people, the most iconic attraction that the destination has. And I want to thank all those who have been with us on the journey. And this journey began, I think, quietly in London in 2017, this resilience journey. But it began with Jacob's Media Initiative for a crisis management seminar that, funnily, Jamaica and myself were not in the first set of possibilities for participation. And it happened that somebody didn't turn up, and they said, look, we need somebody. And the CTO at the time said, yes, yes, Jamaica, will you go? And we said, okay, fine, we went. And of course, the rest is history. Today, after one hard year, a good year, journeying from Expo 22, should have been Expo 20, became Expo 22 because of COVID. And you heard a little bit about that early on from Ibrahim. 3, 4 of us got together. ITIC, the Jamaica, Jacob's Media Stroke, the Resilience Council, World Travel Awards, and the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. And we put on the first ever Global Tourism Summit, 2.5 hours, and we got the assistance of DP World in providing the backdrop, the stage, the props, the sound, world-class production it was. And we were able to put together the first ever summit in relation to tourism resilience. And at that summit, some 32 organizations across the world participated and endorsed it. And I want to offer a special certificate of appreciation to those 32 pioneer, I call them, international organizations that supported us. And that certificate will be out on virtually to all the 32 before this weekend is through. And then I want to give a lot of credit to the team around me. And I tell you, this is the dream team. If there's ever, thank you, it is the dream team. If there was ever a fortunate, lucky minister anywhere in the world, maybe I should say, if there's ever a minister that God favors in the world, I would say I am that one, because he gave me a really powerful, strong, dedicated, loyal, committed, and competent team. And that team has been with me throughout the last 11 years, and we've done many things together. Permanent Secretary, Jennifer Griffiths, CD. Let's give her a hand. She leads the team on one hand, and Professor Lloyd Waller, the indomitable academic and visual artist as well as visionary. And he looks today more like a... Let's give him a hand. He co-authored a book for us, which is the only book of its kind in the world today on tourism resilience and sustainability, combined with the COVID experiences and real case studies of how we navigated the COVID pandemic in this area. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and particularly the mission in the UN in New York, led by Ambassador Brian Wallace and a wonderful team. Taisha Turner, who has been such a stalwart behind this whole program of getting this historic declaration by the UN and being made a reality. And the team that has worked on this particular conference, and I want to say that we've done conferences before, and we did the first ever global tourism conference on sustainability and job creation in 2017 as part of the UN Declaration of Global global sustainability issues. And we brought in a team from outside, a professional team, to execute on the conference. This conference was done by our in-house team, led by David Dobson. David, stand for me, let everybody see you, David. David was a logistician, and a tremendous job he did. Anna K. Newell, who managed the whole international arrangements and the coordination of the programs and the program Don't Let Me Down PS. So let me ask everybody who participated, the full team, to now stand so everybody can see Taisha, Triselle, Paige, the team from the ministry, the team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who helped us. And everyone, thank you very much, and let's give them all a round of applause. We were able to get sponsors, lead sponsors, Sandals, the Banco of America. Yes. We were able to have Aria Resorts and Air Canada and Mastercard and PBCJ and Invest Barbados and Airbnb, and you name it, a number of key partners who have come in to make this the success that it is. And I want to single out now and put aside for very special reference the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association and its president, Nicola Madden Gregg, who helped to lead the sponsorship thrust for us, as well as Jessica Shannon, who is not here at the moment, but they, where is Dr. Wallace? Yes, and you know, Dr. Wallace is the brother of Ambassador Wallace. I won't say anymore, right? Thank you very much, team. This has been really a work of love. Absolute love, commitment, and partnership. we couldn't pay for it. Finally, we told you that from this conference, we would have the Kingston Declaration for Tourism Resilience and the Future of Tourism. And it is a very long and detailed declaration, which you know how it works in terms of the many whereases and so on. But what we have done is to do an annotated version, and for the purposes of this presentation, to read the single page, which will then form the core of this declaration, which will be out to the public very shortly. Introduction. Whereas, as the COVID-19 pandemic will always serve as a stark reminder of the indispensable necessity to build tourism resilience in order to safeguard the sustainability of international travel and tourism. And whereas the tourism industry, despite its reputation for being a highly resilient segment of the global economy, is simultaneously and disproportionately vulnerable to various shocks, such as natural disasters, climate change impacts, food insecurity, political instability, conflicts, cybercrimes, economic recessions, and pandemics. And whereas the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center has been actively engaged in promoting tourism resilience in the Americas, Africa, and the Middle East, and whereas our work in these regions have revealed an urgent need to consolidate learnings and build tourism resilience strategies that will enable us to prepare for the next major disruptions to the travel and tourism space. And whereas the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center held the inaugural Global Resilience Conference at the University of the West Indies regional headquarters in Kingston, Jamaica, from February 15 to 17, 2023, we, the participants of the Global Tourism Resilience Conference, having considered the challenges facing the tourism industry and recognizing the importance of building tourism resilience to safeguard and the sustainability of international travel and tourism, make the following recommendations. 1, to reignite global South-to-South relations using tourism as a driver, beginning with Africa and the Caribbean, and thereby promote mutual understanding, cultural exchange, and sustainable economic growth in the tourism sector. 2, to establish a global tourism resilience fund that will provide support to individual destinations in responding to their own crises and disasters. Each country will manage their own tourism resilience fund and employ the fund to reinforce its domestic tourism resilience, thus guaranteeing the continuity of sustainable international travel and tourism. And thirdly, to urge labor markets to reignite recovery that does not leave the tourism workers behind. And that will be led, of course, by teams. We call on all stakeholders in the tourism industry, including governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, and international organizations to support the implementation of these recommendations and work together to build tourism resilience and promote the sustainability of international travel and tourism. This represents the core of the Kingston Declaration for Tourism Resilience and the Future of Tourism. I want to... The QR code is on the monitors for the Kingston Declaration. Right, and the QR code is on the monitor for the Kingston Declaration, so technology is at our avail. Thank you all once more for this historic conference, this tremendous exchange of ideas, and we look forward to utilizing the value of these exchanges to the sustainable development of this great industry that has done so much for humanity. Next year, this time in Malaga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. What an exciting 3 days this have been. Come on, let me hear it one more time for Team Jamaica. Team Jamaica, who organized this wonderful conference, this informative 3-day resilience conference. Now, we are, I'm word here at the, please invite any moderator or panelists who have not yet collected their commemorative token to do so at the back of the room. So any panelist or moderator who has not collected their commemorative token, or ministers, right, who have not collected their commemorative token, please do so at the back of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded of the farewell closing reception this evening at 7:30 at Devon House. So 7:30 in another 2 hours. Join us at Devon House where we showcase yet again the best of Jamaica. Thank you once again for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all our production team, Main Events, M1, the caterers, everybody who joined together in making this conference a success. We look forward to seeing you next year. Have a wonderful evening, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thanks for joining us in Jamaica.